Hello and welcome to Logical Reasoning. Logical Reasoning in CSEET is one subject which can give you a great understanding for many more subjects in future. Logic is very important for a company secretary, for a lawyer or any profession who is trying to solve problems. And logical reasoning will help you develop that skill. So in this video, we have the complete syllabus of logical reasoning. It is free on YouTube. We have put it in one video so that you get the entire syllabus in one video itself, and it is free. Now, if you feel that only this video is not enough, please go to the description box below and we will be giving you the mock exam, the practice test, the notes to make your job easier. If you still want more help, please WhatsApp us. 973-973-3400 is our WhatsApp number. You can also go to the link in the description of this YouTube video and you will get the number, the website and all the other links to help you to pass the exam. And this video for logical reasoning is covered by our teacher, which will have the entire syllabus for free on YouTube. Please watch this. The classes are in English. So if you're a student who wants the class in English, this is the video for you to watch. And make sure that go to our website and get all the other resources for free. All the best for logical reasoning.
Logical reasoning. The phrase logical reasoning, or the word logic as it is commonly known, is derived from a Greek word logos. So in that language, that is in Greek language, it meant reason or thought or spoken word. So now what we are trying to understand here is the etymology of the word logic, as to what is the foundation or what is the background of this particular word. If you understand what exactly is the meaning of this word, or as to how this particular word was derived, then you will definitely be able to understand the entire subject in a very efficient manner. How is this relevant for us as CS students? Let us understand that as well. Now, what do we generally do when we face any problems? So we think about the possible outcomes, we think about the possible solutions, we think about the possible ways to achieve those outcomes. Now, all that we learn here is to apply logic or to use rational mind and then come out with a proper solution. We have two types of logical reasoning. So the two types being, one is the deductive reasoning, the other one is inductive reasoning. So now reasoning in any case should not have different types, right? So it is nothing but thinking process wherein we are trying to think rationally, but still based on how we approach a particular problem, it has been classified into two different types. Now let us try to understand what exactly they mean by deductive and inductive reasoning. Now let us read the definition of both deductive as well as inductive reasoning. So in case of deductive, it is said it is the ability to draw some logical conclusions from known statements, premises or evidences. That means we already know something. Okay, so based on that, we'll try to draw some logical conclusion. Whereas in case of inductive reasoning, it is slightly different. Induction is our only way of predicting what will happen in the future. So in this case, we are trying to predict the future, but how? We look at the way things are and the way things have been in the past, and based on these two, we make an educated guess about what will probably happen. So this is very interesting. Here we are looking at known statements or premises or maybe evidences, and based on that we will deduce something, or we will infer, or we will come to some conclusion. Whereas in case of inductive, we are looking at the behavior here, what has already happened in the past, what is happening in the present, and based on that we will try to predict, that is, make an educated guess about what will probably happen. Now let us understand these two types of logical reasoning with a few examples. Now this is an example for deductive type of reasoning. So we have two statements. Based on these two statements or known premises or evidences, we will try to come to some conclusion. So now let us look at the first premise. The first premise says all men are mortal. So that means one day or the other they will have to die. The second premise talks about one Mr. A. In that they say Mr. A is a man. So in the first case they said all men are mortal, and here in the second instance they are only referring to one particular man, that is Mr. A, and they say that he is a man. Now based on these two premises, what is that we can derive as a conclusion? So here we can easily make a conclusion saying, since men are mortal and since A is a man, A is also mortal. So what we can do is we can write the conclusion as follows: Mr. A is mortal. How did we come to this conclusion? We know for a fact that all men, if this is all men, we know they are mortal. Okay, and Mr. A is in the inner circle. If this is Mr. A, if this is all men, this would be our mortality. So therefore, Mr. A is also mortal. This is a classic example of deductive reasoning. We are looking at known premises and then trying to come to a conclusion. Now let us look at an example for inductive type of reasoning. So we have three statements here. Let us read the statements carefully. The first statement says employees of some supermarket were wearing t-shirts on Saturday 2 weeks ago. Couple of weeks ago, on a particular Saturday, the employees of some supermarket were wearing t-shirts. Now let us look at the second statement. In the second statement they say they were in the same attire last week too, meaning last Saturday also they were wearing t-shirt. Who? The employees of some supermarket. Now let us come to the last statement. In the last statement they are saying this Saturday also they were wearing t-shirts. Now we have three different statements, but if you observe carefully, we are looking at the past, that is what happened 2 weeks ago, what happened last week, and we are also looking at the present year, meaning we are also looking at what is happening in this week too. So totally we have looked at three different situations, two in the past and one in the present. So based on that, what is that we can infer from here? We can say, we can easily infer that on all Saturdays, the employees of the supermarket wear t-shirts. So how is that we are able to make this educated guess? Based on what we saw in the past and what we saw in the present, we are trying to make an educated guess as to what will happen in the future. That is, the supermarket employees will wear t-shirts on Saturdays. Now let us look at a topic in logical reasoning. One of the topics which is part of CSEET is calendars. This is a very interesting topic, something which we may already be aware of, but still there is one very interesting concept in calendars, that is leap year. We will try to understand what is a leap year and why is that in some cases, even though a number is fully divisible by 4, it will still not be considered as a leap year. So first of all, let us understand why is that we even need this leap year. So for that, we have to understand how many days does the Earth take to actually travel around the Sun in the solar system. Now Earth roughly takes about 365 days to travel around the Sun. Okay, so we know for a fact that this is the time taken by the Earth, but every 4th year what we will do is we will make it 366 days. That means February month will get one additional day, and therefore instead of normal 365 we will have 366 days. So this is to adjust for the minor difference in the actual time taken by the earth to revolve around the sun. So now let us look into that actual difference and see why we actually need this leap year concept. We just now said that the earth takes around 365 days to travel around the sun. Therefore, we consider that as 1 year. But does it actually take 365 days, or is it slightly more or slightly less? Now let me write down the actual time taken. It will be 365 days of 24 hours per day, 5 hours, 48 minutes and 46 seconds. This, by the way, is the actual time taken by the earth to revolve around the sun. Meaning, we are actually taking some extra time to revolve around the sun. So now what is that extra time? That extra time is nothing but 5 hours, 48 minutes and 46 seconds. So to account for this additional time, which we normally do not consider, what we do is every once in 4 years, we will add one additional day, making it a leap year. Now you may wonder, why is that we do this every once in 4 years? So now if you look at this, 5 hours, 48 minutes and 46 seconds is roughly considered to be 6 hours. So how many hours will be there in one day? It will be 24 hours. So 6 hours so 6 hours multiplied by 4 years will give us roughly about a day's time. Therefore, to account for this additional time over a period of 4 years, we will add one extra day. So that is why we have leap years every once in 4 years. But there arises one more problem. But what we did was, in our quest to add one additional day, we converted 5 hours, 48 minutes and 46 seconds into 6 hours. Basically, it is some minutes short of 6 hours. So if you look at this, it is nothing but 11 minutes and 14 seconds actually short of 6 hours. So now every once in 4 years, we are actually adding extra 11 minutes and 14 seconds, because 6 hours into 4 years will be 24 hours. Whereas 5 hours, 48 minutes and 46 seconds into 4 years will not be 24 hours. That means we are adding extra time every once in 4 years. So this will cause a problem, not in the short run, but in the long run. In 4 years or maybe 10 years, it might not account for much. But over a period of, let's say 100 years, this will surely give rise to various problems. Now let us do one thing. Let us try to understand this additional time and the extra time in terms of seconds, so that everything will be in one format. That way it will be easy for us to understand where we are actually adding extra time. So now what I will do is I will convert everything into seconds. 5 hours into 4 years, right? So we are adding this much, or rather we are losing this much every 4 years. So 48 minutes into 4 years, then 46 seconds also into 4 years. So 5 hours into 4 will be 20 hours, 48 minutes into 4 will be 192 minutes, and 46 seconds into 4 will be 184 seconds. Let me convert this into seconds. 20 hours into seconds will be 72,000 seconds, and 192 minutes into seconds will be 11,520 seconds, and 184 will remain as it is. Now let me total this. It will be 83,704 seconds. Now this 83,704 seconds is the actual time which we have not considered, over a period of 4 years, because this time is over and above the 365 days which the earth takes to revolve around the sun. So to make up for this loss of 83,704 seconds, how many extra seconds are we adding once in every 4 years? That is easy to calculate. Let us do that. So 83,704 seconds. Let's do one thing. Let's convert this back into hours. So how to convert seconds into hours? Very simple. Divide by 3600. So that will be 83,704 divided by 3600. Why 3600? That is 60 minutes into 60 seconds. So if you do the math, you will get 23.2511 hours. That means every once in 4 years, we are actually losing 23.2511 hours and not 24 hours. Basically, we are artificially adding some extra time. So how much time are we adding once in 4 years? That once again can be easily identified. That would be 24 hours minus 23.2511 hours. This is the time which we are adding once in 4 years. This is the time which we are losing in 4 years total. Okay. So now the difference between these two would be nothing but 0.7489 hours, or rather hour. So this is the additional time we are adding every once in 4 years. If we keep on doing this for a very long period, then we are bound to lose 1 or 2 days. So therefore, what is generally decided upon is, we will ignore this for 100 years. But every 100th year, we will consider this additional time which we are adding to make up for this loss. So let us see how it works. So now if you consider that extra time of 0.7489 hour over a period of 24 years. Over a period of 24 years. Why did I take 24 years specifically? Very simple. Let us divide years in centuries. In 100 years, we will have 25 leap years. Okay. So now we are ignoring 1 leap year out of these 25 leap years, and we are only considering 24. We will see why. Now, if you account for 24 leap years into the additional time added every leap year, in total over a period of 100 years, we would have added artificially 17.9736 hours. This is the time which we have added artificially every 100 years. Therefore, what we have decided is, on the 100th year, even though it is also a leap year, we will not consider that as a leap year. So any century year will not be considered as a leap year. Of course, there are exceptions, we'll come to that. Here, what we are trying to do is, so we have added 17.97 or roughly about 18 hours over a period of 100 years. So therefore, we will not add 1 extra day on that leap year. Which leap year? On the 25th leap year, which incidentally falls on the 100th year of any century. So therefore, if you look at any calendar, century years will not be leap years. But now you may wonder, year 2000, is it not a century leap year? Of course, yes. Is it not a leap year as well? Of course, yes. Just now I said century leap years. Just now I said century years is not a leap year, but still I am saying that 2000 year, even though it's a century year, is leap year. But the thing here is, once again, we are doing something wrong here. Let us see what exactly is that. Now, we have artificially added 17.9736 or approximately 18 hours in how many years? In 100 years. Okay. So now 100th year, we know for a fact is a leap year because it is perfectly divisible by 4. But in spite of that, we are not adding the required 24 hours to that 100th year. Why? Because to compensate for this artificially added 18 hours over a period of 100 years. So now, to compensate for this 18 hours, we are actually deducting 24 hours. That means we have again artificially deducting. Now we are not adding like we did here, but we are artificially deducting how many hours? 6 hours. So that means what? Every 100 years we lose 6 hours. Okay, now this gives rise to a separate problem. If we are losing 6 hours every 100 years, how do we make up for this? Again, they thought of another idea wherein they said, if we are losing 6 hours every 100 years, when will it be close to 24? So it will be close to 24 in 400 years. So 100 years, 6. In 400 years, that will be 6 into 4 times 24 hours. So therefore, what they decided was, let every century year be not a leap year, but every once in 400 years, even though it's a century leap year, even though it's a century year, let that be century leap year, making that an exception. Therefore, if you look at year 2000, it is not only divisible by 100, but it is also divisible by 400. If it was just divisible by 100, it would not be considered as a leap year. But since it is divisible by 400 too, it is considered as a leap year. For example, if you look at year 1900 or year 2100 or maybe 1800 or 1700, all these years, even though they are perfectly divisible by 4, it would not have a leap year day, that is additional 1 day, because it is not 400th year. Whereas if you look at 1600 year, that year would definitely have a leap year because it is divisible by 400 as well. Now let us try to understand one more concept related to calendars, which is odd days. Now consider the fact that normally how many weeks will we have in any given year? So we already know the answer for this, that is 52 weeks. Okay, if there are 52 weeks in a particular given year, let us try to multiply that by number of days in a week. 52 into 4, this will be 364 days. Okay, this is very odd. Why? Because we just now saw as well that in a year we will have 365 days, whereas if we convert only the number of weeks by number of days in a week, we are only getting 364 days. Whereas we know for a fact that we actually have 365 days, and sometimes during leap years we will also have 366 days. Now why is that when we look into the number of days based on the number of weeks, we are left with only 364 days, which seems like something odd? Of course, yes, it is odd. Therefore, we have the concept of odd days, meaning since we have only 364 days according to weekly concept, what we will do is we will deduct 364 from 365 and consider this 1 day as the odd day. That means every calendar year will have 1 odd day. Of course, there are exceptions. In case of leap years, there will be 2 odd days, meaning it will be 366 minus the number of days according to weeks, which is 364, 2 odd days. So this is something which is very much relevant when it comes to calculating the day of the week. We will be using this concept of odd days when we encounter questions which will be based on the day of the week. Let us solve few examples, then it will be easy for us to understand what exactly we are dealing with here. Let's look at this particular day. Let's say 28th of May 2006. This is one random day, random year, random month. Now all that we need to do here is find the day of the week without using the calendar. This is slightly difficult to do without understanding the concept of days, that is odd days. So now let us apply the concept of odd days and try to understand, or rather ascertain, the day of the week on this particular date. So now we just now saw that 1 year will have how many odd days? It will have 1 odd day. Okay. Likewise, 1 leap year will have how many odd days? It will have 2 odd days. Likewise, how many odd days will be there in 100 years? This is something which we need to understand before we proceed further. So this is easy to calculate because we know for a fact there will be 24 leap years and 76 non-leap years in any given 100 years. So based on that, we will try to calculate the number of odd days in 100 years. So 24 into 2, because in case of leap years we'll have 2 odd days, so which will be 48 odd days. Likewise, 76 into 1, which will be 76 odd days. This is the number of odd days which we will have during any given 100 years. Now all that we need to do here is we'll have to calculate the number of total odd days, and then we will see so what is the total odd days in 100 years. So if we add both, you will get 124 odd days. This is certainly odd. Why? Because if the number of odd days goes beyond 7, okay, in fact if it goes beyond 6 itself, then we will convert them back into weeks. Once again, the maximum number of odd days which any particular time frame can have is only 6. If we come out with 7 odd days, then we will not call it odd days anymore, but instead we will call it 1 week, because we already have 7 days. So all the 7 odd days put together, we have 1 whole week. Now let us apply the same principle and convert this 124 odd days into weeks. So that is easy to do. How? All that we need to do is convert, or rather divide this 124 by 7. Now if you divide this by 7, you will note that 124 by 7 would be 17.71. Now ignore the decimals for a second, only consider the 17 number here. So 17 times 7 would be 119. That means this is a number which is perfectly divisible by 7. So therefore we can say we have 17 weeks here within this 124 odd days. So 17 full weeks plus, since the remaining number of days cannot be perfectly divided by 7, what we will do is we will retain them as days. So that would be 5 odd days. Meaning in 100 years you will have 5 odd days. So this is what we had to calculate to understand how to calculate any given day of any particular date. So now that we know that 100 years will have 5 odd days, let us try to understand how many odd days will 200, 300 and 400 years will have. Okay. So 100 years gives us 5 odd days. This is something which we just now calculated. So if 100 gives 5 odd days, 200 will be double of that, as simple as that, which will be 10 odd days. But we just now said if it goes beyond 6, then we'll have to convert it back to weeks. Okay. How many weeks does this 10 odd days contain? Obviously 7 days will make up for 1 week. So we already have 1 week here. Apart from 1 week, how many extra days are there? We have 3 odd days. So in effect, what we are trying to say is in case of 200 years, the number of odd days will be 3. Let us do the same thing for 300 years. So in case of 100 it is 5, in case of 300 it will be 15. 5 times 3. So 15 odd days will definitely have 2 weeks in it. 7 into 2 would be 14. If you ignore those 2 weeks, how many odd days are we left with? We are left with only 1 odd day. Okay. And finally, we come to 400 years. In case of 400 years, let's do the same thing. In fact, we can simply double the number of odd days from 200 years. So in case of 200, it was 3. In case of 400, it will be 3 into 2, 6 plus 1. Now, how did we get this additional 1? That is easy to answer. Why? Because we earlier saw that every 400th year will be a leap year. Now, normally this century year will not be a leap year, but since this is the 400th year, you will have one additional day. So therefore, we have 6 days plus 1 day, making it 7 odd days, which doesn't make any sense because 7 odd days is nothing but 1 week. So that means we have no odd days left every 400th year. So every 400th year we will have 0 odd days. Now let us come back to the problem of May 28th, 2006. Now we have to start from one day or one particular year, only then we will be able to arrive at this particular date. So what is easy for us to do would be start at some point where there are 0 odd days. So now tell me the year which is closest to 2006 and which has 0 odd days. So if you recall what we discussed earlier, every 400th year will have 0 odd days. So now what we have to do is we'll have to check. It's very simple actually, you don't even have to check. You can simply just write down this 400th year, 800th year, 1200th year, 1600 and year 2000 will have 0 odd days. All these century years will have 0 odd days because they are all leap year centuries. So now, considering this fact, let us try to understand which day of the week is May 28th. So in 2000, we had 0 odd days. So in 2001, we had 1 odd day. 2002, we had once again 1 odd day because these are all non-leap years, by the way. 2003, we had 1 odd day. Then 2004, this is interesting because here we have a leap year, we have 2 odd days. Okay. Finally, in 2005, we have 1 odd day. Once again, we are back to non-leap years. So how many odd days are there in total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 odd days in terms of years up to year 2005. We need not include 2006 because that year is not yet complete. So ignore that year because we are looking into the day of the week of that year itself. Count only up to 2005. Now let us start from Jan, that is month wise, and try to find out the number of odd days in months starting from Jan to May. In case of Jan, how many days are there? 31. Then Feb will only have 28 because 2006 is not a leap year. Then March will have 31. Then April will have 30. And in case of May, we are only considered up to 28. So now let us try to add this 31 plus 28 plus 31 plus 30 plus 28 would be 148 days. These are the number of days between 1st of Jan till May 28th, 2006. Now do one thing, try to divide this by 7. So you will get some number, 21 point some decimal. So ignore the decimal and only consider the 21 digit. So that would be 21 into 7. So 21 multiplied by 7 would be 147. Meaning out of this 148 days, we already have 21 full weeks. So how many days are left? Just 1 day. That is 148 minus 147. 1 odd day is left out. This is in terms of months. So that's all we were supposed to calculate. Now all that we need to do is total the number of odd days and try to ascertain the day that is 28th of March. So let us do that. So if you recall, the number of odd days in terms of years was 6 odd days. In terms of number of this is nothing but the years. This is nothing but the days starting from Jan to May. This is from 2000 to 2006. So in this case, we had only 1 odd day. So if you total this, you will be left with 7 odd days. Once again, it doesn't make sense to say 7 odd days because this is a number which is perfectly divisible by 7 itself. So therefore, we have 0 odd days on this particular date. Which date was that? 28th May 2006. If any particular day has 0 odd day with no other reference, then we can easily say that that day was a Sunday. So we can easily check this fact as well. If you go back to 2006 here in the calendar, you can notice that May 20, this is 2006. If you look at this, this is 28th May, and 28th May was a Sunday. Now let us proceed to one more question, and then we'll try to ascertain the day of that particular date. Now let us proceed to one more question. Let's say today is Friday. Let's say today is Friday. Now after 61 days, which day will it be? If someone asks you this question, then what would be your answer? So all that we need to do here is divide 61 by 7. So if you try to divide 61 by 7, all that you will get is 8.71 something. Meaning, we have to once again ignore the decimals. So 8 weeks multiplied by 7, 56 days. We have already 8 weeks inside the 61 days. So how many odd days are there? Very simple. Deduct 56 from 61, you will end up with 5 odd days. Now, do we have a reference day in this question? Of course, yes. The reference day being today, which is a Friday. To that day, add 5 odd days. That's it. So if you count from Friday, 5th day from Friday would be Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and finally we arrived at Wednesday. So therefore, after 61 days, it will be a Wednesday. So this is how we try to ascertain the day in any given question. Let's move on to another topic, clocks. Clocks is one of the most interesting topics of the entire logical reasoning syllabus. For the simple reason being, this is one of those chapters wherein you can solve one single problem in multiple different ways. We'll be looking at a couple of ways, and more importantly, the way in which we will be using a formula and trying to solve the problems. Now, when it comes to clocks, there are certain things which you already are aware of, I am sure. But let me state the obvious just to make sure, or maybe I will revise it for you. Okay, so now we have a diagram here of clock which is showing the time of 12 noon or 12 p.m., whichever way you look at it. Now the thing here is, there are certain features of a clock. So let us first understand the features and then we will move on towards the problems. Clock is always circle in shape. Of course, you will have different types of clocks with different shapes, but basically the structure of the clock is circular in nature. So that is what we will be looking into in this lesson. If anything is circular in nature, what we have to understand here is the total angle covered by that particular shape will be 360 degrees. Like you are seeing in the image, so the clock will start at 12 and it will go next to 1, 2, 3, so on, rotate completely and then come back once again to 12. So that is how it works. That means it starts from 0 degree, then it will proceed towards 1, and then it will proceed to 2, then it will proceed to 3, so on. And when it comes to 6 o'clock, exactly at 6, the clock would have covered half of the distance. So just now I told you that it covers in total of 360 degree, and if it is covering half of the distance at 6 o'clock, because any circle, if you split it, it will be split like this. So 12 to 6 would be the first half, and 6 to 12, or 6 onwards up to 12, would be the second half. So now 360 degree divided by 2, this will be 180 degree. That means at 6 o'clock the clock would have covered exactly half, or 180 degree of revolution. So this is what we understand. This is one of the features of the clock. And the other obvious features being the clock will have 60 minutes. So this is something which you are already aware of. Then that 60 minutes is divided into hours. So how many hours do we have? 12 hours. So if you divide that, you will get 5 minutes per every hour in a clock. So if you look at it from the hour handle point of view, so every 5 minutes we have a new hour. So from 12 to 1 we have 5 minutes for the minute hand, whereas for the hour hand it is just 1. For the minute hand it is 360 degree for 1 hour, whereas in case of the hour hand it will be just about 30 degree per hour. How do we know it is 30 degree per hour? Very simple. 360 degree divided by 12. So 12 threes are 36. So 10, we have 30 degree coverage in every hour. So let's see how exactly it happens. We have the clock showing the time of 12 o'clock. So when it moves to 1 o'clock, it would have covered 30 degrees. So this would be the 30 degree coverage. So when it moves to 2 o'clock, it would have covered the double, which will be 60 degree coverage. And finally, when it moves to 3 o'clock, it is perpendicular in shape, meaning so the shape is somewhat like this T shape. So if you inverse it, it will be a right angle. So we know that a right angle will always show 90 degrees. So this is what we understand. Of course, there is one more hand which we generally do not talk about when it comes to problems relating to clocks. That is the seconds hand. So we are not generally concerned about that. Most of the problems which you encounter will be based on two hands, important ones, that is the minute hand and the hour hand. So we have to remember that the minute hand travels faster and the hour hand takes its own time to complete one full revolution of 360 degrees. Let us try to understand the other features of the clock with the help of few problems. Let's read the problem first and then we'll try to understand the ascertain the answer. Now, what is the angle between, once again, if you look at it, so they are referring to the angle here. So we are always worried about the angle of hour hand and the minute hand. So between these two, what is the difference of angles? That is what we are mostly concerned with. So now they say, what is the angle between two hands of a clock when the time shown by the clock is 6:30 p.m. So it doesn't really matter whether it is AM or PM, because we are generally referring to analog clocks. So therefore, in case of analog clock, as you know, AM or PM doesn't really make any sense. So what they are referring to here is 6:30, that's it, time of the day. It could be morning or evening. The only thing which we need to identify here is the angle between those two hands. So this is the hour hand and this one is the minute hand. Now what is the angle here? So this angle is what we are supposed to find out. So now how do we go about it? Because we know only that the minute hand is at 6 and the hour hand is between 6 and 7. So with this data, will we be able to identify the exact angle between the hour and the minute hand? Once again, the problem here is that of angle. So if you consider this as the hour hand and this as the minute hand, so now this is what we are supposed to find out, which is the angle here. So let's try to do that. So once again, you'll have to go back to the basics of a clock, or rather the features of a clock. Let me just quickly revise that for you. 360 degrees. So now this 360 degrees, when it comes to minutes, is divided into 60 minutes. So every minute will cover 60 into 6 degree. So therefore it makes up to 360 degree. So every time the clock minute hand moves from 12 to the next minute, how much is it covering? It is covering 6 degree to be precise. So that is about the minute hand. Now when it comes to the hour hand, the same 360 degree is there, but it won't be able to cover the entire 360 in just 1 hour. So in 1 hour, how much will it cover? So how many hours are there? We know for a fact it is 12. So if you divide 360 by 12, you will get exactly 30 degrees. That means between 12 and 1, it is 30 degrees. Between 12 and 2, it will be 60 degrees. So that is how it works when it comes to angles of hour hand and the minute hand. So now with this information as the backdrop, let us try to understand, or rather solve this question and find out the angle between 6 and, that is the minute hand, and the hour hand. So there are two ways. Let us first understand the logical way or the pictorial way. We will look at the diagram and then we will try to ascertain the answer. So now this is 6:30. The minute handle is exactly at 6. If it is exactly at 6, we have to understand it has traveled from 12 to 1 and 1 to 2 and so on like that. Let me just write it for you. 3 to 4, 4 to 5 and 5 to 6. This is the journey made by the minute hand. So now with every journey, the minute hand would have definitely covered 30 degrees. Okay, that is what it covers, because if you look at this diagram, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that means there are 5 minutes between each hour, and we just now saw every minute it covers 6 degrees. So 6 degrees into 5 minutes would be 30 degree. So here 30 degree, then 30 degrees, 30 degrees, 30, and lastly once again 5 to 6, 30 degrees. So if you multiply 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times by 30 degrees, 6 times into 30 degrees, you will end up with 180 degrees. That means the minute hand so far has covered 180 degrees in this case. That is when it is showing 6:30 p.m. or a.m. for that matter. So let us keep that information aside. Okay, so let me quickly erase this. Now let us look at the hour hand. In case of hour hand, this is slightly confusing for us because it is neither at 7 nor at 6. As you can note, it is exactly between 6 and 7. So that makes our job slightly easier. So every 1 hour, it once again covers 30 degrees. Okay, so go back to this formula, 360 by 12 equals 30 degree. So 12 hours, 12 into 30, that will be once again 360. Now it has already covered 6 hours. So that means 6 into 30 degree, 180 degree. Just like the minute hand, the hour hand has also covered 180 degrees. But it has not only covered 180, it has covered some additional time as well. So now how much is that additional time? So that is what is of importance for us. So let us do that. Between, let me just move to the different page, 6th hour and 7th hour, it is exactly in the middle. Okay, as you can note from the analog clock image here, it is neither at 7 nor at 6. It is somewhere here. If you look at the pointer of the hour hand, it is somewhere there. There are 2 minutes before that and 2 minutes after that. So now in 1 hour, we know for a fact that the hour hand covers 30 degree. Okay, so in 1 hour it actually traverses 5 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, if it is 6 and if this is 7, the hour hand will move from here to here. Okay, so in that moment it would have covered 30 degrees, but right now it is somewhere in the middle. In fact, exactly in the middle. If in 1 hour, if it covers 30 degrees, for half an hour it would have covered 30 degrees divided by 2. Half, so therefore 30 by 2, it would be 15 degrees. That means in case of the hour hand, it has not only covered 180 degrees, but on top of that it has covered additional 15 degrees. So in total, the hour hand has covered 195 degrees. This is the total distance covered by the hour hand. Now let's come back to the question. So what does the question say? What is the angle between two hands of the clock when the time shown by the clock is 6:30 p.m.? So now this is the question which they are referring to. The angle which we have to find out. So that angle can be found out by calculating the difference between the hour angle and the minute angle. So let us do that. That is the last step here. So we had already calculated the minute angle. When it comes to the minute hand angle, it was 180 degree because it is exactly at 6. So 6 into 30, 180. Whereas when it comes to the hour hand, it is 195 degree. So the one hand has covered 180 degree, the other one has covered 195 degree. So what is the additional time covered? It is the 15 degrees. So therefore at exactly 6:30, if you assume that this is the hour hand and this is the minute hand, the angle here would be 15 degrees because this has covered from this point, that is 12 o'clock, 195 degree, whereas the straight line would be 180 degree. So the difference here is 15 degrees. So that is the answer which we have to select. By the way, the same question is there in the study material as well, that is the reference material. But in the reference material, if you note carefully, the answer is 150. That is a printing mistake, by the way. It should have been 15 degree, but the institute has printed it as 150. So it doesn't really matter. You should understand that it is 15 degrees. I hope it is clear. Now, interestingly enough, there is one more way of finding the answer for this problem. As I said earlier, there are multiple ways in which you can find out the answer because basically this is nothing but math. So what we are dealing with in case of clocks is nothing but mathematics, or rather geometry to be precise. So now for that there is a formula. Let's not worry about the derivation of the formula because it is not relevant for us. But the formula goes like this: 11 by 2m minus 30h. This is the formula which we need to apply if we have to find out the difference between the two hands, that is the minute and the hour hand. So now in this case, let us simply substitute for the values. M refers to the minute, H refers to the hour. 11 by 2 minutes. So now how many minutes have been covered so far? It is 30 minutes. Okay. Minus 30 into the hour. So this is which hour? This is the 6th hour. Okay. We are not in 5th, we are not in 7th, but we are exactly in 6th hour. So write 6 there. So now if you do 11 by 2, it will be nothing but 5.5 multiplied by 30. So we know it is 5 3s are 150 and again 5 3s are 15. So that would be 165 minus 6 into 30, that will be 180. So now if you find out the difference between these two, it is nothing but 15 degrees. So that is exactly what we arrived at earlier. That is the difference between the hour hand and the minute hand. So this is how you solve a problem when you get a problem like this, when they ask the angle between two hands. So even in the exam, if they do not mention which two hands, by default, please assume that it is none other than the minute and the hour hand. Let's move on to the next question. Now let's read the question, which is similar to the previous one actually. What is the angle between the two hands of a clock when the time is 8:30? Okay, the question remains the same, that is the angle, only the time has changed now. So this is what they are referring to, the angle. So let's try to find it out. Now let us straight away apply that formula, 11 by 2 m minus 30 h. So 11 by 2. Now where is the minute hand? The minute hand is exactly at 30. You can notice this, and minus 30 into h. So which hour is this? This is the 8th hour. So therefore we'll write 8 there. So 5.5 into 30, like the previous problem, minus 8 3s are 24. That would be 240. So now if you find out the difference, 5.5 into 30, it will be 165, minus 240, this will be 75 degrees. So of course you may say it is minus 75, doesn't really make any difference here. We are only worried about the angle here, that's it. So if you look at it from the other way, it is minus 75, or otherwise it will be positive 75. So now whatever it is, negative or positive, this is 75 degrees. So what is the angle between the two hands when the clock is 8:30? The angle is 75 degrees. So this is 75 degrees. Now let's move on to the next one. Now let us read this problem. A watch which gains uniformly is 2 minutes slow at noon on Sunday. So right now we are at 12 noon on Sunday, and is 4 minutes 48 seconds fast at 2 p.m. on the following Sunday. So we start on a Sunday. So when we start on a Sunday, we are actually 2 minutes slow. This is very important. So at the start, let this be our 0 hour. Okay. So whenever we start, we'll consider that as the 0 hour. So here we are 2 minutes slow, whereas when we end, so that is on 2 p.m. Sunday, the next week, we are actually now 4 minutes and 48 seconds fast. From 2 minutes slow, we have now become 4 minutes 48 seconds fast. So this is the situation of that particular watch. And they also mention that the watch is gaining uniformly. Of course, it has to gain, otherwise it cannot start with deficit of 2 minutes and then overcome that deficit at some point of time during the week and then end up becoming 4 minutes and 48 seconds fast. So in this backdrop, let us read the question. When was it correct? So now our job here is to identify the day and the time when the watch actually showed the exact time. Because if you look at the start and the end time here, so from 12 noon of this Sunday, let's call this as the first Sunday, till 2 p.m. of next Sunday, let's call this as the second Sunday, the watch has not only recovered the deficit of 2 minutes, but also gained 4 minutes and 48 seconds. That means in total the watch would have gained 6 minutes and 48 seconds. So this is what the watch has gained over a period of 1 week. But if you convert that into hours, it will be 7 days into 24 hours per day. So this will be 168 hours plus 2 hours, because it is not from 12 noon to 12 noon, but instead it is from 12 noon to 2 p.m. the following Sunday. So therefore this will be 168 plus 2 hours. in total it is 170 hours. In 170 hours, it has gained 6 minutes and 48 seconds. Now let us do one thing, because we have both minutes and seconds. Let's convert everything to uniform factor. Let it be seconds itself. That way it will be easy for us to calculate the day and time on which it showed the accurate timings. So 6 minutes, no? Yeah, 6 minutes into 60 seconds per minute. So this will be 360 plus 48 seconds, which will be written as it is. So if you total that, we will end up with 408 seconds. So this is the actual time in terms of seconds gained during the 170 hours. Now we need to understand, when will the watch show the exact time? If you understand that, then it is easy for us to calculate the date and time when it showed the exact time. When it started on 12 noon, the first Sunday, the watch was slow by 2 minutes. Now when will the watch show the exact time? When it has covered, or when it has recovered those 2 minutes. That means the watch should gain 120 seconds. So if the watch gains 120 seconds, then we say that the watch has actually recovered the deficit and is at that point of time showing the accurate timings. So if you go back to this particular calculation, here it is said, to gain 408 seconds, the watch took how much time? 170 hours. Okay, because it is gaining uniformly. So to gain 120 seconds, how much time do you think the watch will take? So let me add a page here. To gain 170 hours, the watch took 408 seconds. This is 360 plus 48. So how much time will it take to gain 120 seconds? That's it. So just do the cross multiplication. You will be able to get the answer. Okay. So let me bring up the calculator. 170 into 120 divided by 408. This is 50 hours. So exactly after 50 hours from 0 hour, the watch would be showing the correct or the accurate time. So when did we start? 12 noon on Sunday. To this we will add 50 hours. So we know for a fact 24 hours makes up a day. 24 into 24, 48 plus 2 more. So first 24 hours will be on Monday. Second 24th hour will get over on 12 noon on Tuesday. But we have to add 2 more hours. So therefore it will be 2 p.m. on Tuesday. So at this point of time, the watch would be showing the exact timing. Now let's move on to the next one. At what time between 3 and 4 o'clock will the minute hand and the hour hand are on the same straight line but facing the opposite directions? So now if you imagine a clock, so what they are trying to say is, let's say this is the middle point. This is the middle point. Let's assume that the minute handle is somewhere here and the hour handle is somewhere here. Now they are actually facing opposite directions. This would be the hour and this would be the minute. I'm just giving you one example. So since the problem is talking about between 3 and 4, it will be somewhat like this. Now we have to find out that exact time when the hands, that is the minute and hour, are actually facing one another. So if you look at the diagram here, you can easily make out that is the exact half of the clock. So one full rotation would be 360 degree. If it is half of that, it is nothing but 180 degree. So now we have to look at this 180 degree, and then we'll be easily able to identify the exact time. So let me just write it down. Angles. Here the angle which we need is straight line 180 degree. Difference here would be between the hour hand and the minute hand. So that difference is nothing but 180 degree. So let us now go back to the formula, so that way it will be easy for us. So 11 by 2m minus 30h should be 180 degree for us. So we know this. Okay, we also know something else. We'll come to that. So 11 by 2m we do not know at what minute it will be opposite to each other, but we know it is the third hour, because if it is between 3 and 4, it is the third hour. So now let us further simplify this. So this will be 5.5. No, let's retain the fractions. This will be 11 by 2m minus 90 equals 180. Now what I will do is I will retain this 11 by 2m and shift this to RHS. So that becomes 180 plus 90. So 11 by 2m equals 270, and 11m becomes 270. I'll shift it to numerator. 270 into 2. So 11m will be nothing but 540. So if you have to simplify further, 540 divided by 11 equals the minute. So if you do the math, 540 divided by 11, you will get 49.09 recurring. So we will have the clocks on opposite direction at 3 hours and 49 minutes. So that is when the clocks would be facing one another. Let's move to the next one. By how many degrees does the minute hand move in the same time in which the hour hand moves by 280 degrees? Now here is a question wherein we have to look at the hour hand and the minute hand movement independently. So let us assume that this is a clock, and in this case they say the hour hand has moved 280 degree. So at some point of time it would have covered 280 degree, not the entire 360 though. So if the hour hand has covered 280 degree in the same time frame, how much do you think the minute hand is covering? So that is what the question is about. Now what we have to do here is convert this 280 degrees into hours, and from that we can easily convert it back to the angle with respect to the minute handle. Okay, so let's do this. Now in this case, our handle we know covers only 30 degree in 1 hour. Okay, so in 1 hour if it covers 30 degree, how many hours do you think it will require to cover 280 degree? So can we divide 280 degree by 30? It is not exactly divisible here, but we will see if there is anything closest to this which is divisible by 30. So 3 into 9 is 27. So 30 into 9 will be 270 degree. So plus how much? 10 degree. So this will be 280 degrees. Now what we can do here is this 10 degree can be again converted back into minutes. We'll see how to do. So 60 minutes will make up for 30 degrees. In case of what? In case of hour hand. So how many minutes will make up for 10 degrees? Because we have kept 10 degrees separate. For this we know the number of hours. It's already here, that is 9. So for this, what is the number of hours? That is what we are trying to find out. Of course, it won't be an hour, it will be some minutes. Let's see how many minutes. So all we have to do is just cross multiply. For 60 minutes, 30 degrees. For how many minutes? 10 degrees. So 60 into 10 divided by 30, this will be 20 minutes. So that means the hour hand has traversed 9 hours and 20 minutes. So now that we have converted this into minutes, so that would be in fact easy. 9 hours into 60, this will be 540 plus 20, which is nothing but 560 minutes. So now that we have converted this into minutes, all we have to do is convert this back to number of degrees. So that will give us the total angle or the revolutions of the minute hand. So we know for a fact, in case of minute hand, for every 1 minute it covers 6 degrees. So if that is the case, for 560 minutes, how many degrees will that be? So that is what we have to identify here. So that can be easily done. 560 minutes into 6 degree per minute. So this will be 560 into 6, 3360 degree. So to answer this question, how many degrees does the minute hand move in the same time in which the hour hand moves by 280 degrees? The answer would be 3360 degrees. Let's move to another question. At what time between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock both the hour hand and the minute hand coincide with each other? So that is the question here. Let's assume this is the clock, and if this is the center, this will be 12 and 3. So let's assume this is the minute hand, this is the hour hand. So now the hour hand is at 3 and the minute hand is at 12. So it has to come here to coincide with the hour hand. So now we'll have to go back to the basics and understand what will happen when a minute hand covers one full rotation. What would be the duration covered by the hour hand at the same time? Let's go back to our diagram of clocks. So now if you look at this, let me just bring up the clocks here. So look at the hour hand. So this is our hour hand. So this is our minute hand. Once it covers 1 hour, the minute hand is covering only 30 degrees, or in minutes only 5 minutes. The hour hand has already covered one full clock, whereas the minute hand has moved only from 12 to 1. If you go to the next hour, the minute hand has already covered one full rotation, whereas the hour hand has only come from 1 to 2. Once again, it is only traversing 5 minutes. So that means every hour the minute hand gains 55 minutes over the hour hand, because hour hand would have covered only 5 minutes, whereas the minute hand would have covered 60 minutes. So what is the gain here? 55 minutes. So let's come back to our problem. So where were we? Yeah, at 3 o'clock, the hour hand is at 15th minute. This we already know. If it is on 3, that means it is the 15th minute, whereas the hour hand is at 0 minute. Once again, at 3 o'clock, the hour hand is at 15th minute, whereas the minute hand is at 0 minute, because it is still at 12. Now to coincide, it has to come down to the 15th minute, meaning it has to gain 15 minutes. Only then it will coincide. Now we know for a fact, in case of hour hand and the minute hand, the equation is like this. In 1 hour, we just now saw that it gains 55 minutes. Why 55? 5 in case of hour hand is the movement for every hour, whereas in case of minute it is 60. So 60 minus 5 would be 55 minutes. So now for 15 minutes, how much time does it require? Once again, to gain 55 minutes, the minute hand takes 1 hour. To gain 15 minutes, how much time will it require? That's it. So all you have to do is cross multiply. 1 hour can also be written as 60 minutes. So 60 minutes, 55 minutes. So how much minutes will it require to gain 15 minutes? So cross multiply, that will be 60 into 55 divided by, 60 into 15 divided by 65. 60 into 15 divided by 55. So this will be 60 into 15 divided by 55, 16.36 minutes, meaning between 3 and 4 at the 16th minute and 36 or 16.36 minute, the minute hand and the hour hand would have coincided at this exact point of time. Now let us proceed towards a new topic, cause and effect reasoning. As the name itself says, there will be a cause and there will be effects of that cause, and we have to look at the various options and identify whether there exists cause and effect relationship between the statements given in the question. So before we proceed towards the actual questions, let us try to understand few of the aspects related to cause and effect reasoning. So now there are two different types of causes. The first one is the immediate cause. So in this case, what happens is the cause will have very close proximity with the effect, meaning it will be very near to the effect, meaning the impact of the cause is seen immediately or in the near future. It immediately precedes the event, meaning whatever has happened because of an event which we can call it as cause, which took place not long ago. This is what we mean by immediate cause. For example, there is a possibility of heavy rainfall in the next 1 week. Let's assume that the meteorological department says or predicts rather that in the next 1 month or 1 week there will be heavy to heavy rainfall. So let's assume that now it is kind of the onset of monsoon. It has not yet set, but still it's the onset of monsoon. At that time they make this announcement. Immediately the umbrella and the raincoat manufacturers, what they did was they ramped up their productions, meaning they increased the level of their production in a drastic manner. So now this ramping up of production by the umbrella and raincoat manufacturers can be considered as the effect. Why did they do that? They did so because there was a prediction by the meteorological department. The moment it was predicted that there will be heavy to heavy rainfall in the next 1 week or 1 month, the manufacturers thought there will be huge demand for these products. So therefore, we should make sure that there are enough number of products in the market. So this can be considered as immediate cause. So there is an event and we are trying to identify the cause. But in the question, they will provide you with both the cause and the effect, and sometimes there won't be any relationship, but our job is to identify that whether or not there exists such kind of relationship. Now let us look at the principal cause. Principal cause is nothing but the most important reason behind the effect, not something which is immediate, but it can also be the immediate cause behind the event. Now there is an example here. Miss A, who had booked the tickets to US for March in Jan 2020, could not board the flight as her visa got rejected in Feb 2020. Now the reason behind Miss A, who had booked the tickets in US for March in Jan 2020 itself, not being able to go to US is not the immediate cause, but instead the principal cause. Why? Unless you have the visa, there is no way you will be able to board the flight. So when visa itself is not issued to you, then that is the principal reason why you are not able to go to US. Now let us think of another situation wherein Miss A had booked the tickets for the same March trip to US, but this time she had the visa. So if she has the visa and if she's still not able to go to US, then what might be the cause? Now the cause is the outbreak of the pandemic in March. She had booked the tickets in Jan 2020 for the trip to US in March 2020. In the first instance, she did not get the visa. Principal cause, because of which she is not able to go to US. In the second instance, she has the visa but still not able to go to US because of the immediate cause, which is the outbreak of the pandemic. So this is what we mean by immediate and principal cause. Next, then there is independent causes wherein there won't be any relationship between the cause and effect. So for example, Miss A's flight to USA was delayed by 2 hours. Okay, Miss A didn't get the US visa at the last moment. So these are two different causes, the effect of which will still be the same. Because the flight was delayed, she could not go. Because she did not get visa at the last moment, she could not go. So these are causes with no relationship between them. So that's about the different types of causes. Let us do one thing. Let us look at the pattern of the questions which will be asked, and then we'll proceed towards the actual questions. Now they say, read both the statements in each and mark your answer as. So we have 5 options here. After reading the 2 statements, we'll have to see which of these options is ideal or fits the 2 statements given in the question. Now let us read the options one by one. A, we have to mark A if statement 1 is the cause and statement 2 is its effect. So here we are establishing a direct relationship between the statement 1 and the statement 2, wherein we say cause and effect relationship exists. Now in case of statement B, this is also very similar to the option A, but slightly different in the order. In case of statement B, they say if statement 2 is the cause and statement 1 is its effect. So here statement 1 is the cause, whereas here statement 2 is the cause and statement 1 is the effect. If that is the case in the given statements, then select option B. So then when should we select option C? If both the statements 1 and 2 are independent causes, meaning they do not have any relationship at all. Okay, so that means what? Statement 1 and statement 2 are the effects of something totally independent. There is no relationship between those 2 causes. Then we have option D, wherein if both the statements 1 and 2 are the effects of independent causes. So in this case, what happens? This is not the cause itself, but instead they are the effects of something else. So sometimes what happens, they will give the cause, sometimes they will give the effects of the causes. So we should see whether the statement given in the question is the effect or the statement given in the question is the cause. And lastly, we have option E, wherein they say if both the statements 1 and 2 are the effects of some common cause. So now once again we are talking about the effects in option E, but in this case they are not effects of some independent causes, but the cause is same, but we have 2 different effects. So therefore they say common cause here. Now these are the 5 options which we need to be aware of before we select the right one. Now let us read the first question in cause and effect reasoning. There is unprecedented increase in the number of young unemployed. Unprecedented. Okay, something which does not have any precedence. That is what we mean by unprecedented. Something which hasn't happened earlier. In the number of young unemployed, those without jobs. So unemployed, those without any job. In comparison to the previous year. For example, last year, if there were only 10 out of 100 who were unemployed, they say this year maybe it is 50 out of 100 who are unemployed. So therefore we can easily say there is unprecedented increase in the number of young unemployed. This is the first statement. Now let us look at the second statement. A large number of candidates submitted applications against an advertisement for the post of manager issued by a bank. So now they are talking about a post of the manager of a particular bank. Some bank's manager post was advertised, and they say a large number of candidates submitted the applications, meaning, so they are stressing the word here, the word large here, meaning this perhaps was not the case earlier, but now too many people are applying for the post of the manager of a particular bank. Now let us read the statements and then we'll see which of the options is most ideally suited for this. We have to select option A if statement 1 is the cause and statement 2 is the effect. Now what is the cause which we are talking about? Unprecedented unemployment. Okay, so that means there are too many people without jobs. That is the cause. Now let us look at the options here. The first option says if statement 1 is the cause and statement 2 is the effect, select A. Now let us see if this actually holds good. In this case, what is happening in case of statement 1? There is unprecedented increase. So the cause here is the increase in unemployment. So because of the increase in unemployment, large number of youth are applying for a single vacancy of that of a manager. So that is what we understand from these two statements. First one is the cause, wherein we say unemployment. Second one, that is about application towards the manager's post, is the effect. Otherwise, too many people wouldn't have applied for that single vacant post, but because of this particular situation, a large number of people are actually applying for the job of manager. So this is what we understand by this statement. Now once we have decided that this is option A, we need not actually look at other options. Even in exam, don't do this. If you think that option A is the right answer, don't even proceed towards the other options, because you are already aware of the options. No need to simply waste time. So this is about question 1. Let's proceed towards the next one. The first statement says the city commissioner, that is the police commissioner, has increased the night shifts, okay, for the policemen in a particular locality. So what the commissioner has done is he has increased the number of shifts in the night for the policemen, that is his staff, in a particular locality. So this is statement 1. So now what does statement 2 say? The citizens group in the locality have started night vigil in the area. Oh, this is another interesting thing, because here also we are looking at the night vigil, because in the first statement they say the police commissioner has increased the night shifts, whereas in the second statement they say the citizens group in the locality have started the night vigil. So in both the cases, someone is out on the street either to protect the people, that is if police are doing that, and if people are doing it to protect themselves or to protect their fellow citizens of the locality. So now why would they do so? Can we think of this as cause and this as effect? I don't think so, because just because the policemen will increase the number of shifts, the locality residents will definitely not do the same. Okay, there must be something else for them to do this or take this drastic step. So now let us read the various options and then we'll decide on the right answer. Statement 1 is already ruled out. Sorry, option A is ruled out. Option B again ruled out, because there is no cause and effect relationship between the two statements here. Okay, both the cases represent action towards one particular direction, that is night vigil here. If both the statements 1 and 2 are independent causes, they are not independent causes. They are in fact the effects, because policemen or rather the commissioner deploying more staff during the night is an effect of something. This is an effect of some cause. This is also an effect. So these two are definitely not causes. So we can rule out option C. If both the statements 1 and 2 are effects of independent causes, and option E, the last one, if both the statements 1 and 2 are effects of some common cause. So now between these two, we'll have to see which one suits the best. So now if they were independent causes, both these statements wouldn't have suggested the same thing. Okay, in the first statement, the policemen have increased the night shifts. In the second statement, the locality citizens are perhaps worried and they have started the night vigil on their own. So that means there should be some common cause for both the policemen and for the locality residents to take up this drastic step. It might be increased robberies during the night time. So because of that, the locals are worried, and because of that the police are also worried, and both have increased their night vigil. They may combine forces and do the night vigil together, so that's a different thing. But the reason for them to take this drastic step is option E, wherein statement 1, this is the commissioner increasing the night shift, and statement 2, citizens group in the locality starting the night vigil, are backed up by common cause. So that's about the question. Let's move on to the next one. Majority of the students in the college expressed their opinion against the college authorities' decision to break away from the university and become autonomous. Okay, there are so many things happening in this statement. The students have expressed their opinion against the college. Okay, why? Because the college decided to break away from the university. So this is statement 1. Now what about statement 2? The university authorities have expressed their inability to provide grants to its constituent colleges. This is very important. So now this is also related to university, wherein the university says grants are not being granted henceforth. We cannot give you any grant. Grant is where they give the funds or arrange for the funds for the colleges so that they can meet their expenses. But the university has decided to stop it. Now what? Which is the cause, which is the effect in this case, if at all there exists common cause? If at all there exists cause and relation. If at all there exists cause and effect relationship. Now, in the first statement, there are two things actually. You can consider both the things as action. Okay, so the first action or the effect in the statement 1 is the students expressing their opinion. Okay, that is one thing. The other thing is college breaking away from the university. So this is more of action. This is just mere expression of opinion. So we can consider this, that is the act of college, as the effect here. What did the college do? They broke away from the university. Whereas in the the statement 2, what we know is the university authorities have expressed their inability to provide grants to its constituent colleges, meaning now they have taken a decision. Okay, because of this decision, the college has done this. That means we can safely say statement 2 is the cause, that is the university not granting the funds anymore, and statement 1 is the effect, wherein we say that students, wherein we say the college has decided to break away from that university. So this is what has happened in this case. Now let's move on to the next statements. The literacy rate in the district has been increasing for the last 4 years. literacy rate in the district has been increasing, especially in the last 4 years, they say. Okay, that is one statement. Now let us understand the second one. The district administration has conducted extensive training program for the workers involved in the literacy drive. So extensive program for the workers involved in the literacy drive, meaning the ones who actually increase the literacy rate, for them the district administration have been conducting various programs so that the rate of literacy will increase in the district. So this can be easily ascertained as to what is what. Obviously there is cause and effect relationship here, because due to this action by the district administration, the literacy rate has obviously increased. So now what is the action here? The action here is this, wherein the district administration has made sure that the workers involved in the literacy drive are given lots of training. So because of that, because they are trained properly by the district administration, the rate of literacy has been increasing in the last 4 years. So we can directly select option B without even looking at the other options. Now let us read this question. The school authority has asked the 10th standard students to attend special classes to be conducted on Sundays. So the school is conducting special classes for the 10th students and they have been asked to attend those classes. So this is the statement 1. What about statement 2? The parents of 10th standard students have withdrawn their the children, from attending private tuitions conducted on Sundays. So until then, these students used to attend private tuitions. Now that the school itself is conducting special classes, they have withdrawn from these private tuitions. So now, why have they withdrawn the students or their children from attending these private tuitions? Only because the school has started conducting the special classes for the students on Sundays. We can easily say that there is cause and effect relationship in this case, and only thing which we need to right now is to identify which is the cause and which is the effect. So because of this action by the school, the parents have done this. So therefore option 1, that is statement 1, is the cause and statement 2 is the effect, would be the right choice in this case. The rest of the options need not be even looked into, because this is as obvious as it can get. Moving on. The prices of the petrol and diesel in the domestic market, petrol as well as diesel in the domestic market, have remained unchanged for the past few months. For the past few months, it remains more or less static. So this is what they say in the statement 1. Now what about statement 2? The crude oil prices in the international market have gone up substantially. So this is the domestic market where the prices have remained unchanged, whereas in case of the international market, the prices in fact gone up drastically in the last few months. Okay, so now, is there any relationship between this and this? Can we say this is cause and this is effect, or this is cause and this is effect? Obviously not, because if that was the case, so there would have been same kind of movement in the price of petrol and diesel in the local market as well as in the international market. That is not happening here. So therefore we can easily rule out option A and option B. Now let us look at option C, D and E. Option C says if both the statements 1 and 2 are independent causes. Are they independent causes? We do not actually know if they are actually independent causes, because this is not the cause. This is in fact the effect. Price not changing cannot be considered as a cause, and price not And increasing in international market also cannot be considered as a cause. This is nothing but the effect here. So this is also an effect, that is the price changing in the domestic market. That is the price not changing in the domestic market. So now let us look at the other options. Option D says if both the statements 1 and 2 are effects of independent causes. Meaning this has changed due to some reason. Okay, so let me rewrite this. Petrol and diesel prices have remained largely unchanged due to some reason, okay, or some cause. And in the international market, the fuel price has gone up substantially due to some other reason, some other cause. So therefore, we can safely say that is exactly what is happening in this case. If it was a common cause, then the effect would have been same. Whereas in this case, the effect is totally different. In one case, the prices are more or less same. In other case, the price is increasing substantially. So therefore, we can safely select option D, which says if both the statements 1 and 2 are effects of independent causes. That's about it. Let's move on. The government has recently fixed the fees for professional courses offered by the unaided institutions. Unaided means the institutions which are not receiving any money from the government, which are much lower than the fees charged last year. Okay. So if you look at this, let's assume that this is the fees charged last year by the unaided colleges. But now what has the government done? The government have fixed the fees recently, which are much lower than the fees charged last year. If this was previous year, current year may be somewhere here. So this is the fees which those colleges are charging now. So this is about statement 1. Now let us read the statement 2. The parents of the aspiring students launched a severe agitation last year protesting against the high fees charged by the institutions, that is the unaided ones. Okay, so this is something which happened last year. What happened in the previous year? The parents of the students protested. For what reason did they protest? They protested for the reason that the unaided institutions are charging too high fees. Looking at the protest, what the government perhaps did was take this action wherein they lowered the fees and fixed the professional courses fees of the unaided students in the current year. Meaning, because of the action taken by the parents of launching a severe agitation last year, this year the government has recently fixed the fees for professional courses offered by the unaided institutions at much lower rate. So therefore, basically, there is cause and effect relationship in this case without a doubt, but obviously option A is not the answer, option B is the answer, because this is the cause and this is the effect. So statement 2 is the cause and statement 1 is the effect. So therefore, the right option in this case would be option B. Let's move on. The Reserve Bank of India has recently put restrictions on few small banks in the country. Reserve Bank, that is RBI, has put some restrictions apparently on the small banks of the country. Okay. So let's see and read the statement 2, because there is nothing much happening in statement 1 apart from the restrictions. The small banks in the private and cooperative sector in India, because of the increased competitions of the bigger banks in the public sector, have started announcing drastically higher interest rates on deposits. This is revealing. So in this case, once again, it's the small banks who are in the picture. What they have started doing recently is they have announced schemes wherein you will get higher rate of interest, and not just normal high, it is drastically high. Okay, so drastically high interest rates have been announced by the small banks. Now if we say small banks, these are definitely not the banks which are in the range of, let's say, SBI or Canara or Syndicate, whatever it is. So therefore, RBI realized that if they announced higher interest, RBI realized that if they announce higher rate of interest, they won't be actually meet their costs in the longer run. Therefore, what did RBI do? It put severe restrictions on those small banks so that they won't do this. That is, offer drastically higher interest rates on deposit. So you cannot offer too high an interest, because if at all you are offering too high interest rate, then what is the source for you to provide such high rate of interest? You should also get some income, right? Unless you are charging such high rate of interest on the loans which you give, there is no way you will be able to provide high rate of interest on the deposits. So RBI realized this, and it did not want these small banks and cooperative societies to lose their business, or finally the RBI did not want the small banks to vanish. So therefore, to protect them, the RBI put these restrictions. All the schools in the area had to be kept closed for the most part of the year. This is statement 1 in this question. All the schools, they say, had to be kept closed for most part of the year. Okay, so that is what we get to know. So in case of statement 2, many parents have stopped sending their children to the local schools. Okay, many parents, they say many parents have stopped sending their children to the schools. So now this is one such question where multiple answers are possible. Logical reasoning is one subject which helps you not only during the exams to score marks, obviously, but also for you to think rationally. So if you have a rational mind, you will definitely think in different angles. Otherwise, then what is the even use of studying this particular subject, which has been introduced by the institute only recently? Anyway, now let us read the options and see which of the options actually fit these two statements. Now, option A, wherein we are trying to establish the cause and effect relationship, it says if statement 1 is the cause and statement 2 is the effect. So now, what is the cause? The schools have closed down for most part of the year, and the parents have stopped sending their children to school because the schools are closed down. So option A is definitely possible. That is one thing. Then option B, if statement 2 is the cause and statement 1 is the effect, this is also possible. Maybe for some reason the parents stopped sending their children to the schools, and because the parents are not sending the children to the schools had to be closed for most part of the year. So B is also looking like an option which might be correct. Then option C, if both the statements 1 and 2 are independent causes, obviously these are not causes, these are effects, so let's not even think about option C. So these two are possible options. Then option D, if both statements 1 and 2 are effects of independent causes. If it is effects of independent causes, then the outcome wouldn't be same. In both the cases, the outcome is more or less same. Schools are closed, parents are not sending the children to school. So we cannot consider this as an option at all. Now let us look at the last option. If both the statements 1 and 2 are effects of some common cause. So now what they're trying to say is children are not coming to the school because of some reason, let's say reason A, and the schools are not opening because of the same reason. This is also possible. Think of a situation wherein we have COVID-19. No need to think, we actually have that. So if there is a pandemic which is killing so many people every day, why would the parents send their children to school when the pandemic is spreading through community? Obviously they wouldn't do that. And from the point of view of school, they wouldn't want children to get affected by COVID because of them. And when it comes to school, they don't want children to get affected because of attending these schools. So therefore, option E is also looking like a likely candidate. So out of options A, B and E, which we thought would be the likeliest options, out of options A, B and E, which we thought would fit the bill, I believe option E fits the bill better than these two options. So this actually makes sense. Of course, you can as well go with A and B, but in the exam, if at all you get such a question, I am very sure it's difficult to answer, think. But in the exam, if at all you get such a question where you think multiple options are looking like possible answers, then go with the flow. Whichever you think at that point of time is correct, mark that answer as the right answer. Because sometimes it's very difficult to predict the kind of questions which the institute will ask in case of logical reasoning. And logical reasoning is one such subject where you cannot set syllabus for it. So they simply say cause and effect reasoning. That's all. So in case of cause and effect reasoning, one can think of thousands or lakhs of different statements wherein that might be asked as a question. So in that situation, only thing which you need to do here is to train your mind so that you will be able to identify the cause and effect relationship between the statements. Let's move on to the next one. India has surpassed the value of tea exports this year over all the earlier years due to increase in the demand for quality tea in the European market. So the tea exports have increased compared to earlier years due to demand for tea in European market. That is statement 1. What about statement 2? There is an increase in demand of coffee in the domestic market during the last 2 years. So the statement 2 is talking something entirely different. So what is it talking about? It is talking about coffee. So even for coffee, the domestic market has increased in the last 2 years. Obviously, there is no cause and effect relationship in this case, because this is one thing, this is another thing. So completely different things. So therefore, we can easily rule out option A and B. Now let us look at option C. If both the statements 1 and 2 are independent causes, in this case, I would say even C will not fit the bill because they are talking about independent causes. See, if the demand for tea has increased, it is because of the effect. What is the effect here? The effect being there is demand for quality tea in European market. And if the demand for coffee has increased in the domestic market, this is also some effect because something must have happened for which reason the coffee's demand has increased drastically. So these two are effects of some independent causes. So therefore we can safely select option D as the right answer. Moving on. The government has imported large quantities of sugar as per the trade agreement with other countries. The government has imported sugar from other countries due to some agreement with those countries. Now let us look at option 2, or rather statement 2. The prices of the sugar in the domestic market have fallen sharply in the recent months. So earlier it was of some, let's say, X price. Now it has come down drastically to Y. Now, is there a cause and effect relationship in this case? Why did the price of the sugar fall drastically in the recent months? Because there is huge supply now. How do we know there is increase in supply? Because the government has imported large quantities of sugar from other countries. If the government had not done this, there wouldn't be fall in the price of sugar. Because now we have a huge stock of sugar in the domestic market, the domestic market prices have decreased sharply. So therefore, there is the relationship of cause and effect in this case, and the cause is statement 1 and the effect is statement 2. Therefore, option A is the right answer. Let's move on to a different question. The government recently increased the duty on mid-sized cars. Some duty Now everything is clubbed with GST anyway. Let's go with the flow here. Some duty on mid-sized cars. Okay. So let's say duty on manufacturing. Earlier this used to be referred to as excise. Duty on manufacturing of goods has been increased by the government on mid-sized cars. This is statement 1. Statement 2 is talking about last year the government had hiked taxes for all industrial activities. Okay. Taxes increased for all industrial activities has got nothing to do with duty being increased recently on mid-sized cars. So therefore, there is no cause and effect relationship in this question. So if there is no cause and effect relationship, let us move to the third option. We'll see if that is working or not. If both the statements 1 and 2 are the independent causes. Okay. So now in this case, the government has increased the duty, and here also they have increased the duty. Sorry, in case statement 2 they have increased the taxes, whereas in case of statement 1 they have increased the duty. So because of increase in duty, something else will happen now. Maybe the car sales will come down. Because the taxes have been increased on industrial activity, maybe there will be some change in the industrial activity, meaning the decision taken by the government are not the effects of anything, but these decisions will affect other things, like perhaps the sales. So therefore, we can safely select option C, wherein we say both the statements 1 and 2 are independent causes. Let's move on to the next one. Life today, especially for the teenagers and young adults, is too fast, demanding, and full of variety. They say life today for the young adults, the ones who have barely finished college and maybe started working, so they are usually referred to as young adults. They say for teenagers as well as young adults, it is too fast, demanding, and full of variety in all aspects, which at times leads to stressful situations. So what they're trying to say is it can be very demanding. Life in general can be very demanding for youngsters, and that might lead to stressful situations wherein they won't be able to cope up with the stress. Now option 2, or rather statement 2, says number of suicide cases have increased in case of young adults and teenagers. So here they are talking about stressful situation. In the statement 2 they are talking about suicides. Obviously there is some cause and effect relationship. Due to the increase in stress levels, especially among young adults and teenagers, the suicide rates have also increased in the same age group. So therefore we can safely say option A is the right answer, wherein statement 1 is the cause and statement 2 is its effect. Basically, stress in everyday life is a major cause of frustration, especially among the youth, and sometimes out of such frustration, it leads to them taking such harsh steps as suicide. So because of this, we can select option A. A new topic, coding and decoding. Let's read what is written here. Transmission of messages between sender and receiver without anyone else getting to know what exactly it is. To give you an example, let's say you are a military officer and you would like to send a message to one of your subordinates who might be in enemy territory. So now the messages are being intercepted by the enemy. So you do not want anyone else to know what exactly you are telling your officer who is in the enemy territory. So let's say you want to tell him launch now or attack now. But if you use these exact words, the enemy will get to know what exactly you are telling your officer, and they might be prepared for that. So what you will do is you will use a code And of course, this code will be a language, custom made language, which will be designed either by you or by your officer, or maybe used by the military itself, which also keeps changing frequently. Now what you will do is, instead of saying LAUNCH for launch, you might say something else. You might say something like this. So this might be the code which you will use instead of launch. So instead of now, you might send him the message wherein the letters will be seen like this. So now when the enemy reads this, they will not be able to decipher what exactly you have sent instantly. So they will need time to break the code depending on the quality of your code. Now you have used some language to change launch now to some other letters. So now if you look at this, it's a very easy code which I have used here. This can be broken by anyone. But imagine places or organizations like military, which will be using these type of devices to send across messages so that others cannot decipher what exactly is being sent. Now if you look at this, this is a very simple code wherein I have just replaced the letters with its next letter in the alphabet series. So in this case, after L we know it is M, after A it is B, after U it is V, after N it is O, after C it is D, and after H it is I. Same thing with now and OPX. So all I have done is just add one extra letter to these letters, and now all of a sudden it looks like a different language. So that is the beauty of coding and decoding. So in fact, you would have heard, I'm sure, of the famous personality Alan Turing, on whom there was a movie made as well. So this English scientist is also referred to as modern day father of computing. What he did was, during the World War II, he broke the code of Germans. The Germans were using lots of coding language in the sense, basically not any computer based language, but codes, so that their messages could not be deciphered or understood by others. But Alan Turing realized what exactly they were doing, or how exactly they were changing the code rules every day, and broke the code, so that the English military could easily understand or be prepared for whatever the Germans were planning. So that is something which existed back then in World War II time itself. So this is not something which is new. It's an age-old concept, but we will be studying this as part of the logical reasoning, just to understand the usefulness, utility, or sometimes maybe if at all you are faced in such a situation wherein you will be required to break the code, you will know how to do that. Anyway, let's proceed. On your screen you can notice the English alphabets, and just below that we have the numbers. So now why do we need numbers when it comes to coding and decoding? For the simple reason that sometimes you cannot convert alphabets into other alphabets using code, or maybe for some reason you would not want to. So in such a case you can convert the alphabets into numbers. So when you do that, so if let's say I have to write and, A and D, I will not write and, instead I will write 1, 14 and 4. So if someone who knows this code, if he reads this, he will clearly understand what exactly I am referring to. So this is the utility of the numbers. And when it comes to numbers and the alphabets, sometimes what they do is they will not just code in alphabetical order like A, B, C, D. If you start from left, you'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, so on up to Z, which will be 26th alphabet. Sometimes they do it from the other way around. That means they will start with Z like they have done here. Z will be 1, Y will be 2, X will be 3, like so on, and A will be 26th now. So this is also done sometimes when it comes to problems. You have to be careful and check which rule they have applied when it comes to converting alphabets into numbers. Now that we have had a brief overview or look into the coding and decoding concept, let's directly get into the questions. If education is written as 5, 4, how should we write cat? Okay. So now we have for education some numbers here. We have to check if it corresponds to the alphabetical order of numbers. If that is the case, then it is easy for us to decipher. So let's do that. In case of E, we have 5 here. 1 second, guys. In case of E, we have 5. So this is nothing but E. And D will be 4. So this is D. And when it comes to education, let me just write it. EDUCATION. So next comes U. So for U, what do we have? 21. So we have 21 here. Like that, we can easily see they have used a very simple rule. So this can be easily answered. So now what is that we have to find out? We have to find out the same thing or the equivalent numbers when it comes to the word cat. For C, what is that we have? C is 3, A is 1, and when it comes to T, it is 20. So the answer to this question would be 3120. As simple as that. This, by the way, is one of the most easiest topics in the entire logical reasoning syllabus. Let's move on. Now let's look at the other question. Here we have Queen, Queen, which is written as O, V, C, F and L. Now how did Queen become OVCFL? That is the question. Then they are asking us to find out the same thing for king. If Queen is written like that, how should we write the king? Let's do one thing. Let me just write down the alphabets. That way it will be easy for us to understand what exactly they are doing. Now here Queen has become O, or rather Q has become O. So from Q they have deducted 2 letters, so which becomes O. Fine. So let me write -2 here, since there is movement backwards, 2 steps movement. Then U has become V. So U has become V. That means there is +1. So let me write +1. Then E has become C. So that means -2 once again. So -2. F has become E, which is -1 actually. This E has become F, which is +1 again. So +1. And N would have become L, which is -2. So now we have easily cracked the code here. The code is this: -2, +1, -2, +1, and so on. Now that we know the code, the rest is actually very easy. So let us crack or find the equivalent letters for king. So let's start with -2. K will become I. I will become +1 will be J, and N, where is N? N will become L, and finally G. G will become H. That's it. So the answer to this question is I, J, L, H. That's it. So -2, +1, -2, +1. Most of the questions in case of coding and decoding will be of this type. Let's try to break this code as well. In case of BROK, broke, they have written DOSFK using some rule, and then start is written as U, Q, E, M and Z. So now the question is, if we follow the rule, that particular rule, how do we write India? Okay. Once again, we'll have to simply identify the rule which they have used. Otherwise, there is no way we will be able to decode, or rather apply code to India. So we have the alphabets here anyway. So let me use those alphabets. B has become D. That means +2. R has become O. That means -3. From R, -1, -2, -3 will be O. Then O So we are looking at the word broke. We have already applied the, or rather found out the code for B and R. Now let's find out the code for O. So O has become what? S. That means 1, 2, 3 and 4. So plus 4. Then K has become F. From K, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, minus 5, minus 5. Then what else? E has become K. So this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus 6. So we have our code now. The code is very simple actually. It is alternating between addition and subtraction with one increment. So that means you start with plus 2, then minus 3, plus 4, minus 5, plus 6, so on. That's it. So with this, we'll have to code India. So this will be, India will be, I will be plus 2. This is I. N will be minus 3. D will be plus 4. I once again will be minus 5. And A will be plus 6. That's it. So if you can find it out, the rest is just an eventuality. So let's do that. Let me just go back to this question. A, B, okay, I plus 2 would be K here. N minus 3 would be once again K. D plus 4, I'm just looking here. D plus 4 will be H. And I minus 5 will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that will be D. And A plus 6 will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. G. So we have to write India as K, H, D, G using the code which they used for the word broke and start. Let's move on. In this case, we have numbers. Door is numbered as 25. This is interesting because we have 4 letters here, but whereas in case of numbers we have only 2. Lower is coded as 37. I wonder if it is even a code. Tower is 18 and over is, we do not know. So let us try to find it out. So what we can do is, since there are only 2 numbers here, it looks like they have not decoded or coded anything here. What is that they have done is they have just used the sequence of the letters and then added it perhaps. Let's try to do that. So now D will be the 4th letter in the alphabet. O will be, let's go back to our chart. That's easy for us. So this is our chart. So now D, let me just write it here. D is 4. O is, where is O now? 15. Once again, O will be 15 as it is. And finally, R is, how much is R? 18. So let's try to add this. 30, 48 and 52. We don't need calci for this anyway. 52 is the total which we are getting. But in the question, it is written as 25. So this is nothing but reverse of the total of do. This is nothing but the reverse of the total which we just now got. So the same thing would have been done for lower and tower. Let's do it for over. O we have already seen is 15. V would be at the end 22. E is 5 and R we have already seen 18. So we have to just total this. We will get the answer. So 18 plus 22, 40, 40 plus 20, 60. 60 is the total. But we cannot say over is 60 because total is not what they have written, but they have reversed it. So if you reverse 60, it becomes 0, 6. And the answer here is 0 and 6. So, or simply 6. Next. Okay, another question based on alphabets. Purely alphabets, no numbers involved. If CEGI is coded as JHFD. Okay, let me just write it down. CEGI is coded as JHFD. Okay. Now, how do we code KMOQ? KMOQ. Now we'll have to check what is exactly happening. So if you write down C E G I, so what is the missing letter here? A B C D E F G H, right? Now these missing letters are actually there in the code HFD. What they have done is they have reversed it, that's all. So now after C we have D, after E we have F, after G we have H, after I we have in fact J. Now what is the code for CEGI? It is JHFD. That's all. What they have done is they have written the next letter and then they have reversed it. So we can do the same thing here. After K we have L, after M we have N, after O we have P, after Q we have R. So the answer would be RPNL. Decoded. Let's move on. This is actually relatively easy. They have used the symbols. So they say percentage multiplied by power symbol is 20 and power into and symbol is 32. Okay, basically we have numbers here actually, but those numbers are coded in the form of symbols. But they have given the results here. Okay, we are multiplying, but we do not know which are those numbers. Then we have percentage into and is 40 and multiplication into and or star into and is 72. Now with this we'll have to find out how shall we do. But in this case it's very difficult. It's not impossible without the options, but since the options are there, all that we need to do here is apply each of these options and then try if it is working. Okay, so now the question is, what is the value of star? So let's see where the star is. The star is in the last equation. It could be 8, it could be 9, or it could be 6. It cannot be 7 because 72 is not divisible by 7. So we know for a fact that 8 9s it is 72. So 8 and 9 are covered there, and 6 12s is also 72. So 6 is also covered. So out of these three, which one is star? Let's try to find it out. So now let's start with the first option, that is 8. 8 into and will be 72. If you assume that star is 8. So if 8 is star, how much should be and then? So this should be obviously 9. Now let us apply the same and elsewhere. Percentage into 9 will be 40. Is that possible? Is 40 even divisible by 9? Going by this logic, obviously not. This is not working. Option 1. Next, percentage into and star into and. This is 40, this is 72. Now let us go with the option 9. Let's assume that star is 9, then and will automatically become 8. So this will be 72. 9 8s are 72. So now we already have and here. Let's substitute here, equals 40. So what about percentage? Dash into 8 is 40. So this will become 5. So now percentage has become 5. So we'll have to substitute the same thing in some other equation and then find the answer. So let's see where else percentage is in the first equation. So percentage into power is 20. So percentage here would be 5 into dash is 20. That will be 4. And power is used in the second equation. Let's try to substitute values. Power into and is 32. We know for a fact power is 4 and is 8. 4 8s are 32. So therefore option C is actually the right option. So we will have to select 9 as the answer. So we have one more question. In this case, they have not mentioned any quotes. What we have is just list of phrases wherein they have used a new language. So the new language is nothing but some sort of gibberish, but there is some rule which they have followed while applying that. For instance, let's say time and money. So this is the phrase which is there, and that is coded as tis, nim, and jes. So we do not even know if time means tis and nims means nim and money means jes. But we only know time and money is to be written as tis, nim, jes in this new language. Now what is that we are required to do? So we have to find the code for save more money using these clues. Okay. So save more money. So money is here. We'll have to see if money is in some other phrase. In the second phrase itself, we have money, wherein they say log, xer, nim. So money is common for both the first and second phrase. The first phrase says time and money. The second phrase says manage money judiciously. So therefore, in this case, money is here as well as here, which is the common word in the gibberish or the new language. It is not tis is not here. The nim is in both the phrases. So therefore, now we have decoded one word, that is money. So money means nim. Okay. Next, what else do we need? We need to find out more, but more is there in only one phrase here. So then let's not worry about more. Let's look at money. Money is here in first phrase as well as the second one. No, let's try to find it out, or rather which is the easiest one. Okay, see, the last two phrases are interesting because we have save more time and the next one is save enough judiciously. So now the answer to this is save more time is coded as jes, kib, and dob, whereas save enough judiciously is coded as xer, kib, and hicks. So which is the common phrase here? The common phrase is save, and in the new language it is kib, because we do not have anything else which is being repeated. So save is coded as kib. Next, so what are we left with? So we are done with save, we are done with money. So the only thing which we need to code right now is more. More is there in only this particular option, right? Let's do this. Save more time and money. So in this case, the only common phrase or rather word is time. So if I have to write in the new language, it will be tis, nim, jes, and jes, kib, dob. So the common phrase here is only jes. That means time is nothing but jes. Why do we need time? Even though the question does not mention time, we need it for a reason. We'll see why. So now what is that we are left with? So we'll go back to save more time. Save more time. We already know save means kib and time is jes. We do not know what more is. So now let us look at the code used by them. So they have used the word jes, kib, and dob. Kib is for save, jes is for time, so the dob refers to more. So now we have decoded this as well. So the answer would be nim, kib, and dob. So it could be in any order. Let's see if it is there in the choice. Obviously not first one, not even second one, the third option, that is option C, is the right option. Nim, Kib and Dob. Now in this question they have used the multiplication. So 2 into 8 they say is 20. Okay. Then 3 into 9 they say is 31. 5 into 8 is 44. So their question is, if this is the case, what would be 30 into 5? So let us do one thing. Let us write down the actual answers. 2 into 8 would be 16. 3 9s are 27. 5 8s are 40. So let us find out the difference between the actual and the number which they have written. So if you look at this, 20 and 16, 4 is the difference. 31 and 27, again 4. 44 and 44. So it's a very easy code which they have followed, wherein what they are doing is they are multiplying, first of all, that is 30 into 5, 150. To that they are simply adding 4, which will make it 154. So the right answer in this case would be 154. KGLFT is written as PTOUG. Then how do we write MERSA? So now we have to find out the code with respect to this, and then using that we'll have to code MERSA. So now K has become P, okay, they have added, but G has become O, there also we can consider adding, but L has become T. So let's see what is exactly happening here. Let me just use the full screen. So now K has become P. 1 2 3 4 5. That is interesting. Then G has become T. How is this even related? So obviously they are not using any simple code. Okay, so here if you look at T, the letter which they are using for T is G. How will T become G? See, now this is the clue for us. If G becomes T, they say G becomes T. This is the clue for us. They say if G becomes T, then T becomes G. So when will the numbers interchange its position with some other alphabet consistently? When it is exactly in front of one another. Meaning, so they are using mirroring code. Okay, let's try to understand what exactly they are doing. So A2. So let me just write only up to G. So the last few alphabets would be Z, Y, X, W, V, U, T. So this G has become T and T has become G. Now let's count from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th letter from left. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. So 7th letter from right. So 7th letter from left is being mirrored by 7th letter from right. So that's exactly what they're doing. So let's proceed and try to find out if it is working with other alphabets as well. So now we have to find out for K and P. KGLFT PTOUG. KGLFT PTOUG. So now let me just complete this. So K has become P. So K will be 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th letter from left. P will be 7th is T. This will be 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. Exactly. So now K is being mirrored by P. 11th letter from left is being mirrored by 11th letter from right, which is P. L is the 12th letter. So this will be O, which is the 12th letter from right. So that is fine. Then F is in fact the 6th. So 6th from right would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. U. So that is also done. So now we know that after 13th we can create a division there. So that is where the mirroring stops, because it is 13 plus 13, 26 letters in total. So what is that we have to code? MERSA. So M will be mirrored by N, because M is the 13th letter from left and N is the 13th letter from right. So this is nothing but N. E is the 5th letter from left. The 5th letter from right would be V. So R is the 9th letter, this one, 9th letter from right, and the 9th letter from, what is that? Left is 8th and 9th, I. S is the 8th letter from right, and the 8th letter from left is H. And A is the first letter, and the first letter from right is Z. So therefore the coding goes like this: NVIHZ. Drawing inferences, deriving conclusions from passages. These are two different topics in the reference material released by the Institute for CSEET, but here we'll be clubbing these two topics because the inference topic as well as the conclusion topic are not very different from one another. Basically what we will be doing in both the cases is we will be looking at passages in case of deriving conclusions from passages, and at the same time we will also be looking at passages in the first topic instance as well, and then based on what we read in both the instances we will draw some conclusion or draw some inference. So that's why I have clubbed both the topics. We'll be discussing questions together. So then we will see if at all there needs specific mention of a particular topic. At that stage, I will specifically mention that we are looking at this particular topic. Unless otherwise mentioned, whatever we will be discussing in this session will be applicable for both drawing inferences as well as deriving conclusions from passages. Now, when it comes to these two topics, what we have to essentially do, as I said just now, is read. So this is the most important part for us. We have to read and observe as to what exactly they have mentioned in the paragraph. So based on that, we will have to answer few questions, or in some cases we'll have to draw conclusions based on whatever we have read in the passage. Now what is this inference? It is nothing but a statement about the unknown. So we do not know what it is, but we are making this statement based on something which is known from the passage. So that is what we do in this case. Once again, we draw conclusions about unknowns based on known elements which will be there in the passage. So we will read it, then we will observe, and then we will come to some conclusion. So this you can also call it as some kind of guess, but it is not exactly a wild guess, but I would say this is some kind of evidence based guess. On the basis of something which is known to us, we are trying to make some conclusion or derive some conclusion of this particular unknown. So that's why it is kind of a guess, but not wild guess, some kind of evidence based guess. So this was the brief introduction with regard to deriving conclusions and drawing inferences. So now let us proceed towards the actual problem part. So what we have to do here is there will be few options given to the student, and we'll have to look at those options and then select the right one. Let us go through those. As you can notice on the left hand side of the screen, we are presented with 5 options starting from A to E. So now let us go through these options one by one carefully, because if you have to select one of these 5 options, you should also be aware of what exactly they are referring to. So now let us look at option A, or conclusion A. In case of conclusion A, what they are trying to say is, if you think the inference is definitely true, then select A. Meaning, So there will be a passage which we have to read, of course. So based on whatever we read in that passage, so there will be few conclusions given in the question itself. Okay, so now what is the procedure here? First you read the passage, then you read the conclusions, and then based on whatever you have read in the passage, you check whether this conclusion fits any of these options starting from A to E, and then select the right option. That's it. The first option says select A if you think this particular inference definitely true. So that means you should be very much sure about the conclusion here based on the passage. Only then we can select option A. Now let us come to option B. In case of B, they say select B if you think the inference is probably true. So here we are dropping the word definite and replacing it with probably, meaning we know it is true, but we are not fully sure about its truthfulness. So therefore what we will do is, based on the facts which we have read in the passage and comparing it with the conclusion given in the question, we can say it might be true. It may perhaps be true. So it is kind of a maybe type of guess which we are trying to make here based on the passage and conclusions. So therefore, if you are not sure if it is definitely true or not, but if you are sure that it is true, then select option B. Then we have option C, which is the most interesting thing out of all the options. Sometimes what happens, whatever is there in the passage will have no connection whatsoever with the conclusion. So the passage may talk about the king of Delhi, and the conclusion may talk about the king of Vijayanagar Empire. So those two have no connections whatsoever from the passage at least. So then if that is the case, what we will do is, since we do not know anything from the passage, we will safely select data inadequate. Meaning whatever conclusion they have mentioned in the question cannot be considered as definitely true, probably true or false either, because the data itself is inadequate. So that is when you select option C. So that is about option C. Then we will move to option D, wherein we are looking at probably false. So in this case we are moving from true to false, but we are not saying it's outrightly false, but we are saying maybe it is not true, or maybe it is false. We know it is false, but we are not 100% sure that it is false. So when such is the circumstance, select probably false. So this is kind of opposite of probably true. Then last situation is nothing but the opposite of option A, wherein we said definitely true. Here we are saying definitely false. So this is the option which you have to select if you think whatever is mentioned in the conclusion is definitely false based on whatever you have read in the passage. So then you can easily select this particular option, that is option E. So now that we have looked at all these, that is various options, let us look at the first question here, and then we will see whether it fits the bill or not. So let me read the passage for you. There is more bad news on food front. It now appears certain that there will be a shortfall of about 9 million tons in the food production in the current Kharif season, which in turn means 5 million tons less than the production achieved in the last Kharif season. However, rice procurement may only be partially affected since West Bengal and Andhra have had sufficient rainfall, while Punjab, the major contributor to the central pool, is less dependent on rainfall. Still, the overall availability of rice may go down by more than 4 million tons. There may be worse news ahead. So this was passage with regard to something related to food. So we are basically talking about food grain production in India, and more specifically we are looking at the production in West Bengal and Andhra and also Punjab. So that is what the passage talks about. It talks about nothing else other than this particular specific topic. Now, so this is one part of the question wherein we have read the passage. Now let us look at the conclusion which they have mentioned. So in this case, the conclusion which they have mentioned is Western countries have well-equipped laboratory tests to detect rabies, which is something totally different. So they are talking about Western countries having well-equipped labs to detect rabies. Nowhere in the passage we talk about Western countries or their laboratories or its facility to detect rabies. So that means when there is no connection between the passage and the conclusion, then we will say the data in this case is definitely inadequate. So since the data is inadequate, we have to come to a conclusion that in this case neither option A nor option E nor option B or option D will be suggestible, but it is option C where we talk about the inadequacy of the data. So that in this case would be the right option. Once again, if you look at the options here, which are the options which we have? Definitely true, we do not know. Definitely false, that also we do not know. What we know is that the data is inadequate. So therefore, select option C safely. So moving on to the next one. Rabies is a disease transmitted to man and animals through the bite of a rabies infected animal, most commonly by dogs. It is caused by a virus present in the saliva of the infected animal, which gets deposited in the wound of the bite victim, multiplies and travels towards the brain and spinal cord. So basically they are talking about the effects of rabies. If not treated, about half of such cases develop rabies. Symptoms of the disease start 1 to 3 months after the bite. So that means it is not evident immediately. Okay. Very few laboratory tests are available for the diagnosis of rabies in India. Precautionary measures include prompt washing of the dog bite wound with soap and water. The wound is also treated with cetavian, the tincture of iodine or spirit. So basically they are talking about the medicine or vaccine which is available for the dog bite or any bite or wound which spreads the rabies virus. So this is about the passage. It talks a lot about the rabies disease and they also talk about the effects of rabies and how it is transmitted. Now let us read the conclusion. What do they say? Rabies can be transmitted from any animal to other through open cuts and wounds. Okay, they are actually talking only about transmission as to how the disease is spread from one person to another. They are talking about transmission as to how the disease is spread from one person to another. So now we have to check the passage to see if there is anything about transmission and then confirm or deny whatever is there in the conclusion. So let us go through this and see if there is anything related to transmission. In the very first line itself, they talk about transmission, wherein they say rabies is a disease transmitted to man and animals. So that means it is transmitted to both man as well as animals. That means it is transmitted to man as well as animals. How? Through the bite of rabies. First one is through dog bite. Rabies infected animal basically, mostly common dogs. That is one thing. Let us go through the paragraph once again to see if there is anything else. It is caused by the virus present in the saliva of the infected animal which gets deposited in the wound of the bite victim. This is again very important for us. They say it is caused by a virus present in the saliva of the infected animal which gets deposited in the wound of the bite victim. That means if at all, let's say you have some wound, open wound, and if there is a dog which is already infected with rabies and the dog is not even biting you, but the saliva of the dog drops on the wound, so even then the rabies virus will get transmitted. So therefore, whatever they have mentioned as part of the conclusion is definitely true. It's not just probably true, we know for a fact as to how the disease or the virus gets transmitted from one person to another or from one animal to another. So it is from the open cuts and wounds, but on that there should be saliva of the rabies infected dog or animal. So that's how it gets transmitted. So which option should we select? Obviously option A, which says definitely true. Let's proceed to the next one then. Let's read the problem first. There is more bad news on food front. That means we already have bad news. Now on top of that we have more bad news, they say. It now appears certain that there will be shortfall. That means something which we need will not be met. So that is what we mean by shortfall of about 9 million tons in the food production. So let's say we require 20 million tons of food, whereas we are only getting 11 million this time. So this is the requirement and this is the actual production. Therefore, the shortfall is 9 million tons in the food production in the current Kharif season, which in turn means 5 million tons less than the production achieved in the last Kharif season. Meaning this year we produced 11 million as we already saw, but last year also there was deficit, but last year's deficit was not this much. They had produced 5 million extra last year. So in case of last year, it was 16 million ton. This year we could achieve only 11 million. So therefore, the deficit in this case would be 5 million. So when is this 5 million deficit happening? That is happening in the current Kharif season. So that is what we get to know in the first paragraph itself. And in the second para, we have already seen this problem earlier. Let's just go through the same thing again. So in the second para, they say, however, rice procurement may only be partially affected, they say. So why partially? Because there are 3 states which are not getting affected. Which are those? West Bengal, Andhra and Punjab. In case of West Bengal and Andhra, they say they had sufficient rainfall, whereas Punjab, though did not have sufficient rainfall, it was not affected because it depended less on the rainfall. Now, finally they say the overall availability of rice may go down. So overall, whatever rice we are required to produce, that will definitely come down by 4 million tons. So this, they are talking only about rice. So rice production will come down by 4 million. Rest we have already seen, the deficit is 5 million in the current Kharif season. There may be worst news ahead. Finally, they predict a gloomy picture wherein they say the things are about to get much worse. So there is no light at the end of the tunnel in this case. This is about the passage. Now let us read the conclusion as per the problem. In the conclusion, they mention in the last year, in the previous year, there was a deficit production. There was a deficit production of 5 million tons. So now we have to go through the passage once again to check whether this particular conclusion holds good or not. That's all about this problem. Now, we have already seen in the very first para itself, they talk a lot about this deficit. So if you go back to my example, let's assume that the requirement is 20 million. They say there is shortfall of 9 million, meaning we will assume that we produced only 11 million in the current year. So therefore, the shortfall would be 9 million. So further they say it is 5 million less than the production achieved in the last Kharif season. Meaning, if current year we had produced 11, in the last Kharif we had produced 16 million tons. That was also a deficit, but at least it was better than this year. So basically, if you look at this position, this 5 million deficit did not happen last year, but in fact in the current year. Therefore, we can say whatever conclusion they have derived is not at all true, and we can definitely bracket it under definitely false. One of the options being, that is the last option, if you look at the choices here, if you think the inference is definitely false, select E, they say. So in this case, we have to select option E. Let's move on to the next question. Let's read the question first and then we'll proceed towards the conclusion. Wind is an inexhaustible source of energy and aerogenerator can convert it into electricity. So they're talking about wind here as an inexhaustible source of energy and they want to convert it into electricity. Okay. Though not much has so far been done in this field, the survey shows that there is a vast potential for developing wind as an alternative source of energy. So they want to develop wind as an alternative source of energy. So for that they have conducted some survey. That is what we gathered so far. The wind survey has four components. This particular survey, which are the four components? One is direction, then duration, so that is the second component, then we have speed, and finally we have distribution. So further it is said, talking to media, State Secretary for Renewable Energy Department said, on the basis of survey, hilly areas in UP have been found to be an ideal place for setting up aerogenerators. So now this is interesting. Who is actually talking about the survey? The State Secretary for Renewable Energy. Which State Secretary? UP Government State Secretary is talking about this particular survey with regard to wind to the media. Okay, so now that is what we gather from the passage. Now let us look at the conclusion. So what does the conclusion say? Survey was conducted under the government of UP. Okay, so now who is talking to the media? It is the State Secretary, one of the highest positions in any government. So that fellow is in charge of renewable resources. Okay. So now, if he is authorized to talk, do you think he will be talking on behalf of someone else other than the UP government? Obviously not. If the State Secretary of Renewable Energy is talking about some wind survey to the media, then he is obviously not representing some private organization, but instead he is representing the government of UP. But have they mentioned anywhere directly in the problem that it is the UP government which conducted the survey? Of course not. Nowhere in the problem, or rather the passage, they have mentioned that particular thing. But only because the State Secretary is talking to the media with regard to this particular survey, we can say this particular conclusion is possibly true or perhaps true, not definitely true. For us to be definitely sure of the conclusion, there should be something much more concrete. So in this case, we do not have any such concrete information, but this can be easily inferred. So therefore, we will select this particular option, that is possibly true. Let's move on to the next question. The domestic market for electronic hardware in the country is likely to grow from 1,800 crores to about 6,500 crores. So we are talking about the electronic hardware. The government is likely to further restrict foreign exchange needed for imports. They are saying that the government may put in curbs with regard to importing of electronic items. So far, India has been importing about 80% of the components required for manufacturing electronic gadgets. That means even though we are manufacturing here, 80% of those components required for manufacturing are actually imported. So now the government wants to curb this particular practice. The country produced only passive components like resistors, capacitors and conductors, meaning we are not actually producing the brains of any equipment, but instead we are only manufacturing the various body parts which are rather passive components of particular device. Even integrated circuits are being produced in a small way at high cost. So ICs are one of the important parts of any device. So they say it is being manufactured but in a very small way and at very high cost. And further they say semiconductors have remained India's weak spot. Maybe we are not even manufacturing them. So this is the situation right now. So it presents a very grim situation about the Indian electronic industry. Now let us look at the conclusion here. In India, many manufacturers are reluctant to produce semiconductors. The conclusion is talking about semiconductors. So now what does the conclusion say? It says the manufacturers are reluctant. That means they are hesitant to manufacture these semiconductors in India. This is mentioned in the last paragraph of the passage. So let us read that last paragraph once again. Semiconductors have remained India's weak spot. That is what we gather from the last sentence. Until then, they do not talk about the semiconductors. So now, what can we infer from this? Can we say this is false? Let's first of all remove all the impossibilities, then we'll proceed towards the possibilities. Definitely, this cannot be considered as false or probably false at all, because that is the situation, and in this case the conclusion is about manufacturers being reluctant to produce semiconductors. So we are not manufacturing semiconductors. So why would that be the case? Maybe because the manufacturers are reluctant. Maybe we do not have the technology and the skill which is required to manufacture all these high quality semiconductors. So therefore the manufacturers are hesitant, or they think it is not a viable venture. So therefore they are not venturing into manufacturing of this particular item. So we can easily come to the conclusion that whatever they have mentioned as conclusion is probably or possibly true. Do we have any concrete data to say that it is definitely true? Definitely not. So we do not have such information. So we will go with probably true and not definitely true. False and probably false can be easily ruled out. We can also rule out data inadequate option. Why? Because we have enough data to make some conclusion. It is not as if they have not mentioned about semiconductors at all. They have in fact mentioned at the last stage of the passage. So therefore, looking at that particular part of the passage, we will come to the conclusion that whatever they have mentioned, that is Indian manufacturers being reluctant to produce semiconductors, that is possibly true. Let's move to a slightly different type of problem wherein we have different conclusions at the end. So now let us read the problem first, then we'll proceed towards the conclusions. If all stores closed on Christmas Day, so we are talking about some festival, I would not have been able to buy groceries for dinner. So someone is actually telling us on Christmas, if all the stores were closed, they wouldn't have been able to buy groceries. So the particular person, so this person wanted to buy groceries on Christmas Day, but they also mentioned that if the stores are closed, then they would not be able to buy groceries. So this is what we gather from the first stage of the passage. Let's move on to the second paragraph. Let's move on to the next line. If I had been unable to buy groceries, the children would have certainly cried. So they further continue saying if they could not buy, or if they had not bought groceries, then the children would have definitely cried. So this is what we gather. It is Christmas Day, and the person mentions if the grocery stores are not open, then they won't be able to buy groceries, and if they don't buy the groceries, the children will definitely cry. So this is the chain of events of that particular day. Now let us read the conclusion and look at the options below. Which of the following conclusions can be probably be inferred from the information below? In this case, what they have done is they have not given just one conclusion, but they have given many conclusions, and we have to pick the right one from those options. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options. Let us see which of these options is in fact the right one. So the first option talks about some stores remained open on Christmas Day. So generally, on Christmas Day, the stores would be closed, but in this case, the conclusion number A, or conclusion A, tells us some stores remained open on Christmas Day. And conclusion 2 says none of the stores remained open on Christmas Day. And the conclusion number 3 says no stores closed on Christmas Day. That means all stores were open on Christmas Day. And conclusion D says if any of the children cried that night, I had been unable to buy groceries. This can be easily ruled out. Nowhere in the paragraph they talk about this thing. It only mentions that if there are no groceries, the children would cry. So there is no other conclusion which can be, there is no other inference which can be drawn from the above two small paragraphs. So therefore, let's rule out option D. I purchased all of my groceries on Christmas Day. So that is the last option wherein they say that person could purchase all the groceries. So now what we have to do here is we have to look at each of these conclusions and identify which one is ideally suited based on the 2 paragraphs above. So did they purchase all the groceries, or some stores remained open, or none of the stores remained open, or no stores closed on Christmas Day? Because we have already ruled out option D. Now let us rule out other options as well, and then finally we can zero in on the possible options. So all stores open can be ruled out as well. Because if you look at the first opening line itself, it says, if all stores closed on Christmas Day, I would not have been able to buy groceries for dinner. The opening line or opening part of any passage sometimes will tell or give us a lot of information about the passage. So here what we can make out is generally on Christmas days, most of the stores are closed. If they are referring to all stores not being open, that means most of the stores at least are closed on Christmas. Since it's a festival, so most of these stores are closed, but not all. So therefore, we can safely rule out option C, wherein they say no stores closed on Christmas Day. So now we are left with option A, B, and D only. So this would be A, this would be B, and this is D. Sorry, D is also ruled out. We ruled it out initially. So E. So we are only left with these 3 options. Now let us read the shortlisted options. In the first option, we have the conclusion, some stores remained open on Christmas. In the second option, we have none of the stores remained on Christmas Day. So now we will see if this particular conclusion holds any water. And finally, in option E, they say they could purchase all the groceries. Now let us see if this is actually working out. Let us read the last sentence in the paragraph. What does the last sentence say? Fortunately, in the end, none of the children cried. When will the children cry? The children will cry only if the person was unable to buy groceries. But if the children did not cry, that means the person was able to buy groceries. So this option can also be ruled out. That is, none of the stores remained open on Christmas Day. Because if none of the stores were not opened, then that means what? The person was not able to buy groceries. If the person was not able to buy groceries, that means the children would have cried. In this case, the children did not cry. So therefore, we can safely rule out option A. So now we are only left with we can safely rule out option B. So now we are only left with option A and option E. In first instance, they say some stores remained open. In the second option, they say they purchased everything which they required. So now we have to select which of these 2 is actually the most valid conclusion out of the 5 conclusions which they have given to us as options. Is there anything in the passage which tells us or gives us even a hint wherein we can say they purchased all the groceries on Christmas Day? We do not have anything which actually tells us that they purchased everything which they required. But what we can infer here is, looking at the first line, if all stores closed on Christmas Day, I would not have been able to buy groceries for dinner. That means at least some stores had remained open. So therefore, they could buy some groceries at least, and hence, as a result, the children did not cry. So this is what we can gather from this. So the most ideal conclusion out of the 5 options given to us would be option A and not the other options. Moving on, India needs higher investment in the port sector and still lags far behind the international ports in container traffic. Though there has been considerable growth in this segment over the past few years. There is a need to continually benchmark Indian ports against the best ports worldwide and continue to engage in policy efforts so as to attain prices per container of port services which are lowest in the world. The average turnaround time for ships docking at most of the ports in India has been falling for the past 3 years. However, pre-berthing time has been marginally increasing over the years. So here is a paragraph about the Indian shipping sector. So based on that, we have one conclusion. Let us read the conclusion first and then we will look at the options. The conclusion says the best port in the world is located in the United States of America. Now what is that we are supposed to do? We are supposed to read the passage, read the conclusion as well, and then pick the right option out of the various choices. Now we have read the passage, we have read the conclusion as well. Let us see if there is any relationship between the passage and the conclusion. So then we will move to the options. The passage talks about the Indian port sector and only Indian port sector. It does not talk about anything related to the best port in the world, whether it is located in USA or anywhere else. So we can safely say this is something which is not at all mentioned in the paragraph above. If it is not even mentioned in the paragraph above, can we say whether it is true or false? I don't think so. So which is the best option in such a scenario wherein nothing about the conclusion is mentioned in the passage given in the question? So if that is the case, simply select option C here, which says if the data given is inadequate from the facts given, you cannot say whether the inference is likely to be true or false. That is, what we are trying to say is, from whatever we know so far, we cannot say whether the best port in the world is located in USA or somewhere else. So that's about it. Let's move on to the next one. In fact, this is the same paragraph as the previous one. India needs higher investment in the port sector and still lags far behind the international ports in container traffic, etc., etc., etc. Finally, they end with pre-berthing time marginally increasing over the years. The paragraph essentially remains the same. Now let us look at the conclusion. In this case, they say Indian ports, okay, they're still in the subject matter, have not been graded so far on the international standards. Okay, so Indian ports not graded. So that is what they are saying in the conclusion. Now, so what we have to do here is we have to check the passage and compare that passage with the conclusion and then select one of these options, whichever is suitable for the conclusion given. Now what does the conclusion say? Indian ports have not been graded. Now we'll have to go back and check in the original paragraph as to whether anything of this sort is mentioned or not. Have they mentioned anything with regard to ports being graded, or have they mentioned anything with regard to ports not being graded? So that is what we have to check. Let us read the first line. India needs higher investment in the port sector and still lags far behind the international ports in container traffic. So what they're talking about here is container traffic. So when it comes to container traffic, India lags a lot behind the international port sector. So that is one thing which we get to know. Later on in the same paragraph, somewhere they mention there is a need to continually benchmark. So what is that they're telling here is there is a need to. So when they say need to, what they're referring is the future. So does that mean in the past the container, or rather the ports in India, were graded? We do not know. So does that mean in the future it will be graded? Most likely, because they are saying need to continually benchmark. So from the passage, what we gather here is they're talking about grading in future, whereas when it comes to past or whatever has happened before this, so they have not mentioned very clearly whether the Indian ports have been graded or not. So we cannot be sure of the opinion this way or the other. So therefore, in such a scenario, the best thing to do would be to select option C, wherein we can easily say the data in this case is definitely inadequate. So therefore, we have to select option C in this case. Moving on to the next question. Same paragraph once again, so I will not read this again. You pause the video and please read the passage once again. Now let us directly come to the conclusion part. Pre-birthing time is gradually decreasing over the years. Okay, so what they're saying is pre-birthing. This is with regard to the ships entering the port and the time taken for the ships to come and go back. So that is what we are referring to here when we say pre-birthing time. So what is the conclusion? The pre-birthing time has been gradually decreasing over the years, the conclusion says. Whereas if you look at the last line of the passage, it very clearly says, however, pre-birthing time has been marginally increasing over the years. So the conclusion says it has been decreasing, whereas in case of the actual passage, it says it has been increasing over the years. That means whatever they have mentioned by way of conclusion is definitely false, because it contradicts whatever is given in the passage. So therefore what we can do is we can select option, in fact there is no option E here. What I will do is I will create an option, so and I will say definitely false. Of course, in the exam they will give you the actual options which are applicable for the question, but in this case, since I had copied the options from the previous one, so probably they had skipped this particular option. So I'm including it here, and we have to select the option which has this particular conclusion, which says the conclusion is, or rather the inference is definitely false, because it contradicts the given facts in the passage. So option E is the right answer. Let's move to the next question. In this case, the passage is still the same, so let's not go through the passage. Let's directly read the conclusion, or rather the inference. Indian ports need considerable development to match the best ports in the world. So is there anything in the question which talks about this particular inference? Let's see. If you read the passage, somewhere they have very clearly mentioned that there is a need to continually benchmark Indian ports against the best ports worldwide. So essentially they're saying the same thing as mentioned in the inference. So what does the inference say? We need considerable development. Considerable development is what is needed to match with the best ports. This is inference. So now what about the passage? Once again they say we need to continually benchmark Indian ports against the best ports worldwide and to engage in policy efforts so as to attain the prices per container of the port services which are the lowest in the world. So since the passage as well as the inference are pretty much talking about the same thing, and the inference is based on whatever is mentioned in the passage, so therefore what we can do in this case is we can select the option definitely true. Let's move on to the next question. Once again we have the same paragraph, no need to read it, just let us read the conclusion straight away. Indian ports offer the lowest price per container as service charges. So now Have they mentioned anything with regard to the prices per container of port services? Of course, yes. Once again, we'll have to read the same sentence which we read in the previous one. There is a need to continually benchmark, blah, 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 blah. And finally, they say, engage in policy efforts so as to attain prices per container of port services which are lowest in the world. So now they are saying we need to attain the prices which are lowest in the world. If they say we have to attain, so they are definitely talking about the future. So that means in the present we have not achieved the lowest container prices. So therefore, if they say that we are offering lowest price per container as service charges, that option would be definitely false. So we have to select option E in this case. So this, by the way, is the reference material released by the institute. You can notice that the next topic is the numbers test. So there is hardly anything related to the theory part of number test because it is not required either. So if you notice the question, you will be able to understand what kind of questions will appear in the exam from this topic. So what we would be required to do in this case is look at the series, whatever is given here. So based on that, what we will be doing is we'll predict the number which will come after the last number in the given series. So that is what we will be doing here. Of course, you will have choices in the exam, but we will be trying to solve the questions without looking at the choices so that we will use our brain to some extent at least. So then there is one more topic after this, that is topic 8, which is kind of an extension of topic 7, sequence and series. This is also related to numbers, wherein we will look at series with constant difference, series with an increasing difference, or numbers, cubes and squares, so things like that. So that is what we will be doing in topics 7 and 8. We will be solving few questions from both the topics, that is 7 and 8 now. So I will be clubbing once again topic 7 and topic 8, just like I did with topic 5 and topic 6. So now let's proceed towards the questions related to these two topics. Now we have a series here, and let us write down the numbers: 201, 202, 204, 207. So now we have to predict the next number after 207. For that, we need to check what is the relationship between the existing set of numbers, and only then we will be able to predict the next number. So let us do that first. So if you look at this from 201 to 202, so what is the difference here? The difference is very simple: 1. 201 plus 1 will be 202. Now from 202 to 204, how did they reach? Very simple. All we have to do is add plus 2. So you will get 204. So now they added 2. Then from 204 to 207, so we have to add plus 3. So we'll end up with 207. Now we can see a pattern here wherein they are adding 1, 2, 3. That means addition is constant here, but there is an increment of one number when they are adding to the previous number. So that is a very simple problem. So all that is required is bring this number down here, that is the previous number 207, plus after 3 comes 4. If you add, you will end up with 211. So therefore 211 is our answer. So let's look at this series: 80, 10, 70, 15, 60. Just by looking at this, we can easily guess one thing, that being here the numbers are in fact decreasing in one case and increasing in another instance. So how is this even possible? So from 80 to 70, all that we need to do is minus 10. From 70 to 60, once again we'll have to deduct 10. So we will get the right answer. But there is one more series where the numbers are increasing. So from 10, they end up with 15. So that means there is an increment of 5. So the next number might be easily guessed, which is 20. So what we can infer from this is there are two series here. One with decreasing numbers, that is minus 10, another with increasing numbers, that is plus 5. So from 80, if you deduct 10, you will get 70. From 70, if you deduct 10, you will get 60. From 60, if you deduct 10, you will get 50. So it will go on like that. Whereas in the other series, what we have to do is 10 plus 5, 15. 15 plus 5, 20. 20 plus 5, 25. So it will go on like this. So which number or which series is due next? So that would be this particular series, wherein we will have to add plus 5 and we end up with 20 as the answer. Now let us look at this series wherein we have numbers 14, 28, 20, 40, 32 and 64. One can easily notice the pattern or the rule here. From 14 to 28 it is exactly the double. From 20 to 40 once again it is double of the previous number, and finally they are following the same rule in the next set of numbers, that is 32 and 64. But how do we predict the next set? That is what is important. The identification part was very easy in this case, but the prediction will involve some bit of calculation. Let us see what exactly we can do here. Now, so 14 into 2, that is exactly the double, will lead us to 28. So from 28, how did we reach the next series, that is which is starting with number 20? So that is easily done. 28 minus 8 will fetch us 20. So 20 into 2 will give us 40, that is exactly the double. But from 40, how did they end up with 32? Once again, we'll have to do the same thing, that is deduct 8 from 40. So you will get 32. So 32 multiplied by 2 would be 64. So 64 minus 8 will actually give us the next number. So that being 56. So if you multiply 56 by 2, so that will give us the double of 56. So that would be 50, 100, 112. So now the next set of numbers would be 56 and 112. So that would be our answer. Moving on. So we have one more series wherein we have numbers starting from 8, then we'll go back to 6, then again increases to 9, 23, 87. Interesting set of numbers actually. In this case, let's see and check if there is any rule which is being followed, wherein we move from 8 to 6 and then 6 to 9 and so on. So first sequence is easily explained. 8 into 1 would be 8. From that, if you deduct 2, you will end up with 6. Now if I do the same thing with 6, let's see what exactly we will get. 6 into 1, you will end up with 6 itself. So let's increase that now. Let's do 6 into 2, that would be 12, minus, instead of 2, let's deduct 3, otherwise we will not get the next number, which is 9 here. So what we did in the first set was we multiplied 8 by 1 and deducted 2 from the result. In the second series, we multiplied the previous number, that is 6, by 2 and deducted 3 from that, we got 9. So let's continue the same pattern. 9 into 3, that would be 27, minus 4, which will be 23. So again 23 into 4, so that would be 4 3s are 12, 4 2s are 8, plus 1 9, 92 minus 5 will be 87. So let's continue this because we need to find out the next number here. So 87 multiplied by 5, because after 4 comes 5, so this will be 435. So 435 minus 6 will be 429. So this is how we found out the next number in the series, that is 429. So the pattern is easily recognized here. We multiply with increments of 1 and we also deduct from the result with increments of 1. So then we will be getting this 429. Not very straightforward, but if you apply your mind to some extent, then this can be easily arrived. So let's move on to the next one. Let me write down the numbers here. This has too many numbers. 3, 2, okay, again 2 is getting repeated, and we have 5 3 times. Strange. Then we have 7, then 8 2 times, 9 once, and 11 2 times. So if you get these type of series, what you can ascertain straight away is it is not just one set. There are multiple sets here. Otherwise, there is no logic when we have same number getting repeated twice or thrice randomly. That means it is not just one set of numbers. There are couple of alternative series. Let's try to identify them. Now let me do one thing. Let me write this vertically and see if we can make any sense of this. So 3, after 3, what I will do is I will look at the odd numbers here. 3, 5, so then after 5 we have 7, after 7 we have 9, after 9 we have 11. So that is something which we can easily identify. So let me write that down here. 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. That is one set of numbers. Then we have another set. I'll just slightly use a different color. We have 2 here. Let me write that down here. After 2 we have 5. So 5. After 5 we have 8. 8. Then after 8 we have 11. So this is another set wherein we have to find out the next number also. Then there is one more set. So this also starts with 2. So 2, then we have 5, then 8, okay, and finally 11. Yeah, I think this 11. Yeah. So now we have identified the 3 different series. So we have to find out these 2 numbers. If we can do that, then there is nothing much to be done here. So let us identify the rule here. This is easily explained. This is nothing but odd numbers. So that is obvious. Now let us look at the second set here. From 2 they have gone to 5. That means there is plus 3. From 5 they have reached 8. Once again plus 3. 8 to 11 plus 3. 11 plus 3 would be 14. So the next number in this series would be 14. So in the second set, once again we are dealing with the same set of numbers. So no need to worry about the rule here. This will also be 14. So now if I have to rewrite the series above, it will look like this. 3, 2, 2, 5, 5, 5, 7, 8, 8, 9, 11, 11, 14 and 14 based on what we just now deciphered. So let's move on to the next one. We have 7, 9, 8, 6, 10, 9, 5, 11, 10. Then there is a blank and finally we are left with 12. So here also it looks like there are multiple series because the numbers are increasing and decreasing parallelly. So let us try to identify. So we have 7, we have 6, then 5. So that is something which we have to take note of. Then we have 9, 10, 11. So then there is 8, 9, 10. So let's try and write this vertically. So 7, so this would be 7, then after that 6, after that 5, then there is a blank. So that is easily explained, that is nothing but 4. So there is -1 rule being applied here. Then there is another set of numbers. We have actually found out the answer. Let us just find the other 2 series as well, just for the confirmation sake. We have 9. One second. This 9. Then we have 10, 11, 12. So that is another series. Let's write on the last one. starting from 8. So this would be 8, then 9, 10. So this is left blank, so we can easily fill that here. That would be 11. So here it would be 4 and 11. So now we have to identify which number is left blank, which series is that. That is the series starting with number 7. So therefore in the question mark we have to write down 4. So that is when it makes sense. After this 12, this 11 will come into picture. Moving on. Once again, a very easy series. The moment you look at it, you can easily guess actually. So 32, 31, 32, 29, 32, 27, 32. I would draw your attention to this particular series wherein the numbers are decreasing. From 31, we ended up with 29. From 29, we ended up with 27. So 31 minus 2, 29 minus 2, then 27 minus 2. So that is how the rule is being applied in this case. So this will be 25. Now what about this 32 then? This is nothing but a randomly inserted number, but this number is constant. Otherwise we won't be able to predict the next set at all. So we have two series here, alternate series. One wherein 32 is written after every number. The other wherein minus 2 rule is being applied. So if I have to rewrite this, it will look like this. 32, 31, 32. See, every alternative number we have 32. Then 29, 32, 27, 32, 25, 32, 23, 32, 21, so on like that. So it was a very easy question. Let's move on. Here also it looks like we have multiple series because one set is starting from 10. Then we have 10 to 12, 12 to 14 and 14 to 16. That is easily observed. So that is one set. The other set would be 34 to 31, 31 to 28, wherein minus 3 rule is being applied. So if you have to predict the next number after 16, that would be 18. That's easily done. Then here 34 minus 3 will be 31. 31 minus 3 will be 28. 28 minus 3 will be 25. So the next set of numbers would be after 16, 25 and 18. And it will go on as long as you can apply minus 3 and the even number rule. Moving on. So we have 9, 11, 33, 13, 15, again 33 and then 17 and 2 blanks. So we have to identify which two numbers will appear there. Let's see if we are following alternate series or just one set of numbers. Looks like it is an alternate series because we have 33 being inserted randomly. That is, every third digit or third number is 33. So let us keep that in mind. So and identify the rule which is being followed by the other set of numbers. So let me write this vertically. We have 9, then we have 11, then 13 and 15. Okay. So 9 plus 2 would be 11. 11 plus 2 would be 13. 13 plus 2 is 15. So 15 plus 2 is 17 and 17 plus 2 would be 19. So the next set of numbers is easily arrived at. So after 17 we will have 19 and immediately after 19 we will have 33 once again because that would be the third digit. So if I have to rewrite this, it would be 9, 11, 33, third number. So then 13, 15 plus 2 rule being applied. Then third digit 33. So every third digit it will be 33. Then again 17, 19, once again 33. So that's how we have to ascertain the next set of numbers in this case. Okay, let's look at the next set of numbers. In this case we have 1, 3, 7, 13, 21, 31 and 43. So there is constant increase in numbers. So most likely this would be a case of addition. So let's try to find it out. So from 1 plus 2, you will get 3. So from 3, how do we arrive at 4? Sorry, how do we arrive at 7? So 3 plus 4 would be 7. Then from 7, we have to arrive at 13. So that is done by adding 6. Now if you observe here, the pattern is easily recognized here itself, wherein we are adding numbers in increments of 2. That means we are adding even numbers in increasing order to the previous number. So here the previous number is 30. So the next even number would be 8, which will lead us to 21. So 21 plus 10, which will bring us to 31. 31 plus next even number being 12, that will be 43. And 43 plus after 12 we have 14, so that would be 57. So the next number in the series here would be 57. A very simple series wherein the previous number is added to the even number in increments. So we have 2 increments, so therefore 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, so on, and finally we end up with 57 as the answer. Moving on. So here also there is constant increase in numbers, but there is a jump here, small jump and a big jump. So whenever there is jump, you can be rest assured that there is multiplication involved in the process. So now from 2 we have arrived at 12. So 2 into 6 is 12. So from 12 we have arrived at 36. So 12 into 3 would be 36. But from 36, how do we explain 80? So that is where we will get stumped and we can say that this explanation here is not working for this particular problem. So we'll have to think of some other explanation now. So what we will do is we will simplify here. So we start with 2 itself. What we can do is we will say 1 plus 1 is 2. Okay. And then we'll say 6 plus 6 is 12. And then 18 plus 18 equals 36. Then 40 plus 40 equals 80. Once again, there is no logic which is being followed in this case, so therefore this can also be ruled out. So let's try something else now. When it comes to number series, it's mostly about permutation and combination. So how will you be able to identify which particular method to apply? That is something which you will gain only by practice. So now let us look at the series once again. So we have 2 as the first number. Now what I will do is I will split this into 1 plus 1. Okay. Then 12, 2 plus 2. Then we have 36. What I will do is 3 plus 3. So we can proceed like this further, but before that we need to prove this. 2 plus 2 obviously is not 12. So how do we make it 12? So that is what we have to do now. So 2, if you look at squaring 2 and cubing 2, will we get 12? So if I, let's say, apply square here and cube here, you will obviously get 2. There is no doubt about that. Now if I square here and cube here, you will obviously get 2. There is no doubt about that. So let's do the same thing for 2 as well. Square plus cube. 2 square is 4 and 2 cube is 8. So 4 plus 8 would be 12. So same thing with 3. 3 square and 3 cube. So 3 square is 9 and 3 cube is 27. 27 plus 9 would be 36. Let's do this for the next number as well. 4 square plus 4 cube would be 80. So that is 16 plus 64, 80. Then 5 square plus 5 cube, 25 plus 125, 150. So finally we end up with 6. So that is the next number in the series, by the way. 6 square plus 6 cube. 6 square we already know that is 36. 36 into 6 would be 6 is 36, 6 3 is 18 to 16 plus 36, this would be 252. 252 is the next number in the series. So what did we do? We split the number into 2 in the beginning itself, then we applied square and cube to the respective digits, and we got the answer. That is the next number. So then we started with the increments here. We are adding just 1 for every result. So that is when we end up with 252. Next, which is the next number in the series? 6, 14, 36, 98. So here also we can safely rule out addition because there is some jump here. So let's see what else can we do. So 6, let's see if 6 is the result of something, and then we can extrapolate the same thing for 14. So if I have to try and work out things, let's say 1 plus 2 plus 3. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 is obviously 6. But can we extrapolate the same thing for the next? Can we once again write 1 plus 2 plus 3 here as well? Let's try cubing and squaring. Maybe we will get somewhere. So 1 square obviously would be 1 itself, 2 square would be 4, and 3 square would be 9. So that means 1 plus 4 plus 9, which is in fact 14. Let's apply the same thing here as well. There is no harm anyway. So this would be 1 to the power of 1, 2 to the power of 1, and 3 to the power of 1. Because if you square that, we will not get 6. So next we have 36. We cannot again use square because initially we applied to the power of 1. Then we applied to the power of 2, that is square. Now we will have to cube it. So 1 cube plus 2 cube plus 3 cube, which will be 1 plus 8 plus 27. So 1 plus 8 plus 27 is indeed 36. So that is easily done. So let's apply this for the next number, that is 98. 1 to the power of 4 plus 2 to the power of 4 plus 3 to the power of 4. So here we have 1 plus 16 plus 27 into 3, this would be 81. So 81 here. So 81 plus 16 would be 97. 97 plus 1 would be 98. So that is done. So all that is left is the next number. So we do not know that. 1 to the power of 5 plus 2 to the power of 5 plus 3 to the power of 5. So this would be 1 itself, and this would be 32. And this will be 81 into 3, 3 ones are 3, 3 eights are 24, this will be 243. So 243 plus 1 plus 32. So this will be 6, 7, 2. 276 is our next number in the series. Let's move on. We have 5, 16, 49, 104. Here also there is a jump, and you can easily guess that there is some form of multiplication involved. It may not be direct, sometimes it will be indirect multiplication as well. Let's see what we can do. So from 5 to 16 there cannot be any multiplication at all. So how do we find out the difference? So 16 minus 5 would be 11. So that is okay. Again, there is no multiplication involved between 16 and 49 either. So one is odd number, 16. So from 16 you cannot arrive at 49 for sure, using multiplication at least. So let's say 49 minus 16. This would be 33. So likewise 104 is there. If you deduct 49 from that, actually how much would this be? 49 minus 104, 55 in fact. That is okay. Oh, there is a pattern here now. We have 11, 33, 55. So there is 11 into 1, 11. So 11 into 3, 33. 11 into 5, 55. So next would be 11 into 7, because we are following the odd numbers here. 1, 3, 5, 7, 77. So what we have to do here is 104 plus 77. So that will give us 181 as the next number in the series. So then if you look at the difference between 181 and 104, we will get as 77. We'll get the result as 77. So therefore this satisfies this particular rule wherein we are multiplying by 11, but only in increments of 2 starting from 1. So as I said, it is not direct multiplication, but indirectly multiplication is involved, and along with that we have subtraction as well, or rather addition, whichever way you look at it. So the answer in this case is 181.
I'm here again middle of your class just to tell you that go to the description of this video, get the free test, the mock exam, the notes for CSEET. This will help you to score very high marks. You can actually score more than 170 marks out of 200. You should try that, and that is possible only if you take the practice test. Please take practice test, and it is there on our Ekcel Academy website for free. Go to Ekcel Academy website or go to Ekcel Academy Android app, and you'll get everything at your fingertips. All the best to you.
Statement and assumptions. Even before we proceed towards understanding what exactly is statement and assumptions, what we have to do is we'll have to understand the difference between statement and assumptions, and one of our previous topics, drawing inference. There is a chance of students getting confused between statement assumptions and drawing inference, because in both the cases we have some statement or a premise, and based on that statement or premise we'll have to come to some conclusion. So what happens in case of drawing inference is we look at the facts given in the paragraph. Usually it will be in the form of a paragraph. So we will search or try to find out the facts in that paragraph, and based on those facts we come to some conclusion or some inference. That is what we do in case of drawing inferences. Whereas when it comes to statement and assumptions, as the name itself says that it is an assumption, what we will be doing here is we will try to assume things based on one single statement usually, or multiple statements. Usually the statements will be restricted to 2 or sometimes 3, but often it will be one statement. Based on this 1 or 2 statements we will have to assume something from the choices. So when we say assume, we are not actually acting upon facts. Facts are nowhere in picture here. We will only assume based on the premise given in the statement. So that is the essential difference between statement and assumptions and drawing inferences. In fact, I can as well say, let's say we have some assumptions based on a particular statement, and then we are presented with a fact. So these two will equal an inference. So what do we need for an inference? We need first of all an assumption and something to support that particular assumption. What is that? A fact. So that becomes the inference. Now, having looked at the difference between statement and assumptions and drawing inferences, let us proceed towards the first problem and see how do we deal with this. Now the statement is very clear. It says it glitters so it is gold. Okay, glitters means it is shiny. So it says it is shiny so it is gold. That's what we get to know from this one single statement. There is nothing else here. We'll have to base our entire assumption on this statement alone. Now let us look at the assumptions given in the question. So we have two assumptions presented to us. So even when it comes to assumptions, we will usually have multiple assumptions. Normally you will have two assumptions, but sometimes there can be three assumptions as well in the question. Now in this case we have only two assumptions. Let us read both the assumption. The first assumption says all that glitters is gold. So this is basically based on the statement which we have here, which says it glitters so it is gold. Now here what they are trying to say is, based on this particular statement, that is it glitters so it is gold, we can assume all that glitters is gold. Now our job here is to check if this particular assumption holds good or not based on this particular statement. So let us try to understand if that assumption is working out or not. Now there is one clue in this statement which is actually telling us whether this assumption is working or not. So I would say the clue here is in the statement in the form of the word so. What does it say? It glitters, that means it is shiny, therefore or so it is gold. So now if you reverse this statement, you can as well say if there is something which is shiny or something which is glittery, then we can definitely say that it is gold. Or I can further refine this statement as all that glitters is gold. So based on this one single word, we are assuming that this statement, that is all that glitters is gold, is actually based on this particular statement. It glitters, so or therefore or hence it is gold. So obviously assumption 1 is true for us based on the statement. It is implicit. That means it is implied in the statement itself. Okay, let's move to the second assumption. They say glittering things are not gold. That means shiny things are not gold, they say in the second assumption. So this one obviously is not working out because this goes directly against the statement which is made here. What does it say? It glitters, so it is gold. Now whereas in the second assumption they actually say since it is glittering, it is not gold, or glittering things are not gold. So obviously this statement, or rather this assumption, is not implicit. So only assumption 1 is implicit, assumption 2 is not implicit or implied in this case. So based on this we can easily select the option A is the right answer in this case. Let's move on to the second question. Now the statement says anger is energy in a more proactive way, and how to channelize it is in itself a skill. Okay, so they are talking about anger here. They say anger is energy, and if you have to use it in a proactive way, you will have to channelize that. That means you'll have to make it focus on something, and this channelizing is in itself a skill is what they say. Now let us try to examine the assumptions. So the first assumption says anger needs to be channelized. So the key word for us is the word needs. Anger, they say, needs to be channelized. That means you will have to channelize. That is what it means. Okay. So now have they anywhere in this statement mentioned that we have to channelize? Obviously not. What is that they have mentioned? They have only mentioned that if you have to channelize, then you need to have that skill. So otherwise you cannot channelize that. So nowhere in this statement they have mentioned that anger needs to be or anger should be channelized. So therefore assumption 1 is definitely not working for us. Now let us proceed towards the second assumption. Only skillful people can channelize anger to energy. That means you will have to convert your anger by channelizing or focusing in a particular direction, and this can be done only by skillful people who can convert that into some form of energy. So this is implied or assumed in the statement itself, because if you observe the last part, that is what they are talking about. Anger is an energy, that is fine, in a more proactive way, and how to channelize it is in itself a skill. So this is what they are talking about. That means only people with skill, only those with particular skill can actually channelize this anger into some form of energy. Therefore, we can safely say assumption 2 is implicit or implied. So if assumption 2 is implied or implicit in the statement, then which option should we select? We have 5 options here. Select option B, because option B says select it if only assumption 2 is implied or implicit. So we will select option B. Moving on. We produce the best footballs, claimed company X in an advertisement. Now here we are talking about footballs. It could be about anything else as well, but football is the subject of this particular statement. So some company is claiming, that means they are proclaiming or they are giving a statement wherein they say they produce the best footballs. Okay, that means we can also assume, of course this is claimed by way of an advertisement. If they say that they produce the best footballs, that means there are others also producing footballs, but probably according to this company it is not the best type of footballs. So this is the assumption which we can make so far from the statement alone. Now let us look at the assumptions given in the question itself. So which are the assumptions? We have once again 2 assumptions. People would respond to advertisements, and second would be there is demand for footballs. Okay. Let us first look at the first assumption, then we'll proceed towards the other one. Now, what is the purpose of any particular ad? The purpose of ad is to attract people, and the inherent or the inbuilt assumption of the ad is that the moment you publicize or put up an ad, people will respond. It's not as if people should call you up and purchase your football. They will respond to an ad in many different ways. So that is what we mean by respond to in this case. It's not necessarily that they will come and buy your product, but they will respond to that particular ad in their own way. So therefore, otherwise why would anyone even put up ads? The inherent assumption of any ad or advertisement is that people will respond to them, whether they may like it or they may not like it, they may hate it or they may love it, or they may be so inclined to buy the product based on the ad. It has actually happened with you and me as well. So there are many ads which actually incites us to go and at least check out the product. And then there are those ads which will make us actually not like the product based on the ad itself. So this is the response we are referring to in this case. So this assumption is obviously implied or it is implicit. Now let us move on to the second assumption. What does the second statement say, or rather the assumption? There is demand, they say. So there is demand for what? For the product. That is what is the second assumption talking about. Now, one thing which we observed in the first advertisement was the company claimed that they produce the best football. So we assumed already that there are others also manufacturing footballs. If there are multiple companies manufacturing the same product and then there is competition between them, that obviously means that there is demand for this particular product, in this case footballs. If there was no demand, there wouldn't be multiple companies manufacturing footballs. So we can safely assume that if there was no demand, companies wouldn't be interested in manufacturing these particular items. So therefore this assumption is also implied, and if both the assumptions are implicit, then we will have to select option E, which says select it if both 1 and 2 assumptions are implied or implicit. Moving on, let us read the statement first. The Indian nuclear explosions have exposed the hypocrisy of the nuclear haves and have filled the Indians with a sense of pride. So we'll have to look at the historical context of this as well. Not that it is required for every statement and assumption question, but let us try to understand what exactly happened in the past. Now, of course, let me also tell you that even without the historical context, you can easily answer this, but a little bit of history will not harm in any way. Now, with regard to the historical context, when India did the nuclear tests multiple times, so back in 70s as well as in 2000, 2000s basically, what happened was most of these developed, so-called developed countries, the ones who already had nuclear power or nuclear weapons, they criticized India heavily for doing the nuclear test. The ones, that is the developed countries who already had nuclear power, criticized us for doing the same thing which those countries had done many decades ago or many years ago. Now this is why they say nuclear explosions have exposed the hypocrisy. So now what is the meaning of being a hypocrite? Hypocrite means someone who says something and does actually something, usually the opposite of what he has said. So therefore these countries were referred to as hypocrites. They already had the nuclear weapons. In spite of that, they criticized us, the Indians, because we tested the nuclear weapons. Now, what they have mentioned in the statement is the Indian nuclear explosions have exposed the hypocrisy of the nuclear haves and have filled the Indians with a sense of pride. So now this is the second part of the sentence after the word and. So they say, now that we have done the nuclear tests, which is a difficult thing for any country to do with the kind of technology and the manpower and the money involved, now that we have done successful nuclear tests, the Indians are filled with a sense of pride after having achieved something here. Now this is what we get to know from the single statement here, which has two parts. Now let us read the assumptions which they have given in the question. Now the first assumption says the Indians are proud people. Indians in general, it is actually generalizing. Indians are, it says, proud people. Are we proud people? Is the impression which we are getting from this statement? Obviously not. Because the impression which we are getting here is Indians are proud, definitely Indians are proud of what? Of their achievements. So what is this achievement which we are referring to in this case? The achievement which is being referred here is the testing of nuclear weapons. Since we did something which is an achievement, we are filled with a sense of pride. That doesn't mean that Indians are proud people. And sense of pride is an emotion which is usually felt when someone achieves something. So therefore, this particular assumption is definitely not implicit or implied from the statement. So that is about the first assumption. Now let us come to the second assumption. If not for the nuclear explosions, the hypocrisy of the nuclear haves would never have been exposed. So now what did the nuclear haves, that is the developed countries, tell us? They said you shouldn't have done. They said you shouldn't have done. That is definitely hypocrisy. Why it is hypocrisy? Because they had already done this long ago. Now the second assumption is saying if we had not done these nuclear explosions, those countries' hypocrisy would never have been exposed. Now that is stretching things a bit far, because we are talking about the hypocrisy of certain Western countries which criticized us, but it doesn't mean that we could not have exposed their hypocrisy otherwise, meaning we could have also exposed their hypocrisy in different ways, not just by doing nuclear explosions, because nowhere in the statement it is mentioned that only because of this we could expose their hypocrisy. Now if not for can be inferred as only. I will slightly tweak this sentence and write like this: only because of nuclear explosions, the hypocrisy of the nuclear haves has been, I will remove the word never because I have removed the not here, I will remove the word never here. So negative negative is getting cancelled. Only because of the nuclear explosions we have exposed the nuclear halves hypocrisy. Nuclear halves hypocrisy. This doesn't sound convincing given this particular statement. The statement is very clear that because of this we could expose the hypocrisy. But the statement doesn't say only because of that we are able to expose the hypocrisy. So therefore even the second assumption is not implied or implicit from the statement. Therefore you will have to look at the options wherein they say both the assumptions are not implied. So option D says if neither one or second assumption is implicit. So therefore select option D. Moving on, the statement says medicine X is a drug, some medicine, which is causing ripples in the medical field. Some medicine named X is causing ripples in medical field. So it has kind of made a name for itself in the medical field. That's all we know about this. Now if the sentence is very simple, then it will be easy to solve these problems, because there is nothing much to assume in such a case. If the sentence has multiple sentences, then it will be difficult for you to answer these type of questions. But a simple sentence like this should be easy for us to solve the problem. Now let us read the assumptions here. The first assumption is no other drug. The stress is on this part, that is no other. No other drug or medicine is causing ripples in the medical field. Now if you go back to the statement, it only talks about medicine X. Nowhere in the statement it is said that it is only the drug X which is causing ripples. If they had mentioned only medicine X is a drug which is causing ripples in the medical field, then this assumption would have been right. That is the first assumption. But in this statement they have not mentioned that it is only this particular drug which is causing ripples. So therefore we cannot go with the assumption 1. So we will say this assumption is not implied. Now let us move on to the second assumption. In the second case they say medicine or drug X is a great drug. Now the medicine is definitely causing ripples, but doesn't mean that the drug is a great drug. It might be causing ripples for all the wrong reasons. In that case, can we say or can we assume that it is a great drug? Obviously not. Do we know why it is causing ripples? It might be causing ripples for being very economical. It might be causing ripples for something which is really very bad. But still it is causing ripples. It is making waves. But we do not know whether it is actually making waves or causing ripples for all the good reasons. It might be causing waves for all the bad reasons. But we do not know that. So therefore even this particular assumption is not implied. So therefore once again we'll have to select option D if neither 1 or assumption 2 is implicit in the statement. Moving on. So here is a statement about the farmers committing suicide due to lack of rains. So here they are talking about cotton farmers. Many cotton farmers are committing suicide due to lack of rains. That means there is no rain, and because of that they are committing suicide. So again this is also a very simple sentence. Nothing much is happening here. Let us straight away get into the assumptions part. The other farmers are not committing suicide. Okay, so here the stress is on the word others or other farmers. Now what is the meaning of other farmers? What about this other farmers? How is this different from cotton farmers? Very simple. If you say cotton farmers are one group, the other farmers are of second group, which is totally opposite to cotton farmers. Cotton and other. If you grow cotton, you are cotton farmer. If you grow something else, then you are other farmer, according to this particular assumption. Now what is it saying about the other farmers? Other farmers are not committing suicide. Now once again I'll have to use the word only here. In this sentence they have not mentioned only cotton farmers are committing suicide due to lack of rains. But instead it is very clear that they have used the word many cotton farmers are committing suicide. That means only is not equal to many. Just because they have the word many cotton farmers, it doesn't mean that many other farmers are not committing suicide. So therefore assumption 1 is definitely not valid, because nothing else is actually mentioned about the other farmers. Now let us proceed to the second assumption. This is very interesting actually. Cotton, they say, is dependent on rain. Now is it a valid assumption based on the sentence? Let us read that sentence once again. Many cotton farmers are committing suicide due to lack of rains. That means rain is definitely affecting their produce. What is their produce in this case? Their produce is nothing but cotton, and without rain they cannot produce cotton. We are told that the cotton farmers are committing suicide due to lack of rains. That means without rain they cannot do anything much, or nothing much can be done without rain. So therefore we can safely assume that the second option is right, and the cotton farmers actually depend on rain. So if this is the case, then we'll have to select option B as the answer, because it says if only assumption 2 is implied, select B. Moving on, in this case the statement says, in fact this is a conversation between two people, A and B. So in this case it is A who is actually telling something to B. So what does A say to B now? He says, if you want to buy coffee, or if you want coffee, then buy Nescafe, a particular brand, he says. So once again A tells B that if B wants coffee, then what should he do? He should buy Nescafe. Once again a very simple, straightforward statement. Now let us look at the assumptions. The first assumption says B wants to buy coffee. Now B wants to buy coffee is not something which is assumed in the statement. How? Because the very first sentence or the very first word in the conversation gives away the fact that A is not sure whether B actually wants to buy coffee or not, because he specifically starts with the word if. Since he is saying if you want to buy coffee, or if you want coffee, only then buy Nescafe. That means B might also want tea or something else. So therefore we cannot be sure. In fact, in this case, even instead of if A had said, since you want coffee, buy Nescafe, then we could have safely assumed B wants to buy coffee. But he has not used the word since, but instead he has used the word if. So therefore we cannot say that this assumption holds good. So that assumption is not at all implied in this case. Now let us go through the second assumption. Second assumption says Nescafe, a particular brand, is good coffee. Now we have to base our assumption on this statement only and not on general knowledge. In reality it might be good coffee or it might not be good coffee. But from this statement can we assume that Nescafe is a good coffee? Now we will have to go back to the conversation once again. Now who is telling whom? A is telling B. What does A tell B? That if you want coffee, then buy Nescafe. So basically what A is doing here is he is recommending a particular product. If you are recommending a particular product, you wouldn't recommend unless you think that this particular product, in this case Nescafe coffee is actually good. So A obviously thinks that Nescafe is a good coffee, and therefore he is recommending that particular product to B. Therefore, assumption 2 is definitely implied. So which option should we select? If only assumption 2 is implicit, we'll have to select option B as the right answer. Moving on, a successful employee of a company says work is never a stress. It all depends on attitude. Now, what is that we are dealing with here? Here also we have a statement. It's not a conversation, but in fact it is a statement or a dialogue of one particular employee. So now what does this successful employee, someone who has succeeded in his work, so we do not know what exactly they mean by successful, but we will take that statement at face value. Now this successful employee of a particular company is saying work is never a stress, and it all depends on whether it is a stress or not on the attitude of the employee. Of course, that is what we get to know from the dialogue or the statement made by this particular successful employee. Now let us read the assumptions. In fact, in this case we have 3 different assumptions. Let us read all the 3. Successful employees have proper attitude. Okay, now they start the assumption with the word successful employees. Now the employee might be successful, but is he talking about success or stress? So in this case he is not at all talking about success, but instead he is talking about the stress. So therefore, if the assumption is talking about successful employees, then we need not worry about that assumption at all, and we can safely say this is a wrong assumption, or rather this assumption is not implied at all. All that he says is work is never a stress if one has the right attitude. He is not saying successful employees should have a right attitude. So we will ignore that particular assumption. Let us go to the second assumption. In this case, he says the employees with proper attitude will be successful. Now in the first assumption it started with the word successful, and in the second assumption it ends with the word successful. Here also he is referring to the achievement of success. He says if you have proper attitude, you will definitely be successful. Once again, this is not something which is part of this particular statement, meaning the agenda or the subject here is not about being successful or not. The stress, or rather the importance in this case, is actually on the word stress, or rather the act of being stressed. So this assumption does not hold good in light of the above statement. Now let's proceed towards the last assumption. Attitude makes work stressful. Now this is actually tricky because they talk about attitude making the work stressful. So has the statement made such a statement, or rather let me reword it, has the statement give us any chance to assume that attitude makes the work stressful? In a way, yes. I will tell you how. I will write this statement in an indirect way. Let me write like this. Let me write like this. Attitude, I am leaving the word proper here, or right attitude, because that is what we assumed when we read this. And simply say attitude makes the work stress free, because the employee starts with this sentence itself, work is never a stress. I have written that as attitude makes the work stress free. Now the stress, or rather the importance in this case, is on the word attitude. Okay, so with right attitude the work will become stress free, but with wrong attitude the work will be stressful. That means It is your attitude which makes the work stressful or not. So if one doesn't have the right attitude, then it would lead to stress. If one has the right attitude, then it can be properly managed. That is the stress. So therefore, this third assumption is definitely implied, and we'll have to look at the options, and option B says select it if only third assumption is correct. So answer is option B in this case. Let's move on. This is slightly different type of problem wherein we have one statement and multiple assumptions. Okay, we will have to look at the following assumptions and try to ascertain which of those assumptions is actually implicit. Let us look at these assumptions one by one. First of all, let us read the statement. Dr. Singh assured FICCI. So Dr. Singh, there is one Dr. Singh. Don't go by your historical context. The moment someone says Dr. Singh, we will obviously think of our former Prime Minister. Let's not go there. What did Dr. Singh tell FICCI? FICCI. So what did Dr. Singh tell FICCI? So FICCI is nothing but Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Okay, this is kind of an association of business organizations in India. Now, a delegation or a team from FICCI actually met Dr. Singh, and after that Dr. Singh assured or promised them that he would take every possible action. He would take every possible action to bring down the food prices. That is what we know from this statement. Now, if that is the case, let us read the assumptions and see which one of these actually holds good. The first assumption is talking about the FICCI organization itself. It says FICCI is concerned about food prices. FICCI being concerned about food prices is not an assumption. I will tell you why. Because when we say assumption, we are bringing into light a new fact based on the statement. Actually, I cannot say fact because fact again means something which is backed up by evidence. I can say new information. Assumption is usually something which brings into light new information. If you look at the statement, it says Dr. Singh assured FICCI delegation that he would take every possible action to bring down food prices. Now, why would he assure FICCI that he would bring down the food prices? We can safely say FICCI, being concerned about food prices, met Dr. Singh and requested him to do something about the food prices. So therefore, given this statement, we can directly infer. We need not even assume anything, but instead we will infer. Inference is definitely better than assumption any given day, because inference is backed up by facts. What is the fact here? The fact that FICCI delegation met Dr. Singh and requested him to look into the food prices is the fact through which we can infer that FICCI is actually concerned about the food prices. So option A is not an assumption, but instead this is an inference. So therefore that particular option is safely ruled out. Now let us look into the second assumption. It is the responsibility of Dr. Singh to control the food prices. Okay. Now Dr. Singh has actually given the assurance. What is the promise which he has made? That he will get the food prices under control. See, when he says he will take every possible action to bring food prices, we can reword it as he will get the food prices under some control. maybe that will bring down the price of the food. So now it can be concluded that from this particular statement that it is Dr. Singh's responsibility, it is his responsibility to take care of food prices, to take care of food prices. So here also we cannot say this is an assumption, but in fact we can safely conclude, or this is a conclusion which we are making, kind of an inference once again, based on this particular assurance which he did. Based on this particular assurance which he gave to FICCI delegation. Once again, if it was not his responsibility, he wouldn't be giving assurances to FICCI. So that is about statement B. So that can also be not considered as assumption. Now let us look at option C. This is a very easy option to look at. It says Dr. Singh is the food minister. Dr. Singh need not be the food minister to give assurance about the prices of food being controlled. He could be some other minister, he could be the prime minister. So therefore, since nothing whatsoever in the statement tells us about Singh's position in the cabinet, we will consider this particular option as out of context. It has got no reference, or it is no way related to the statement above. So therefore we will ignore this particular assumption. Now let us look at the last assumption. It is possible to bring down the food prices. Now this is the new information which I was referring to earlier. So what is this new information which is not available in the statement? That food prices can be brought down. So now food prices being controlled or food prices being brought down is something which is not mentioned directly here, but since Dr. Singh has assured them that he will take measures to bring down the food prices, we can safely assume that food prices can be brought down, or it is possible to bring down food prices. So therefore, out of all the assumptions, out of the 4 assumptions, we can safely say option D is the one which is actually an assumption. The rest of them are either inferences or conclusions or something which is out of context. So first one is actually an inference. The second statement is actually a conclusion, and third one is out of context, and option D is actually an assumption. So this, that is option E, can also be safely ruled out. Now let us look at the last statement. In this case it is about let us read it first. The Employees Association has appealed to the managers of a company, some company ABC Limited, to introduce written examination. So what is that they have done? They have appealed, or maybe we can also consider that as requested, the managers or the ones in charge to conduct what? Written examination. So this is the appeal made, or rather introduce written examination for clerical cadre recruitment to prevent selection of incompetent persons. Okay, this is a simple request made by Employees Association of some company to its managers. Now based on this, we will try to read the assumptions. So far the company ABC Limited used to select candidates without conducting a written examination. So that is the first assumption which we have. Now it says so far, that means until now the company, that is ABC Limited, used to select candidates without conducting a written examination. So this is not an assumption at all. Why is this not an assumption? Because this is not something which is new info here. So assumption should always bring into light some new information, but in this case this company selecting candidates without conducting a written examination is already mentioned in the statement itself, because if you look at the statement, the Employees Association or the employees, what they have done is they have appealed to the managers of the company to introduce. So now if someone says we have to introduce a particular system, that we can easily assume that that particular system was not in existence until now. So same thing is applicable here also. If they say so far the company ABC Limited used to select candidates without conducting a written examination, that means that particular statement is inference, not an assumption, because there is enough fact or enough information already in this statement to infer or come to this particular conclusion. So statement 1 is definitely not an assumption, but instead inference. It is better than assumption. It is backed up by fact. Let us read the second assumption. A written examination can help to identify competent persons. So now in the above statement, when it comes to the request, the employers have made a specific request of written examination because they think right now incompetent persons are being selected. So now if they say that we need written examination, we can assume that that particular written examination will bring out the competent candidates into the company. So far the company had some process which dished out incompetent persons when it came to clerical grade. Now the company employees are requesting for written examination. So with that, what we can assume is maybe the written examination will get in the competent candidates into the company. So therefore this particular statement, that is statement 2, can be clearly considered as an assumption. And lastly, we have at higher level, written examination may not be of much use. So this third statement has got nothing to do with the original statement here. So therefore we can safely consider that as out of context statement and rule out that also as assumption. So out of the three, which assumption is actually valid? Only the second assumption. So the answer to this question is option C.
Let's move on to the next topic, assertion and reason. I have been telling that in case of logical reasoning, general knowledge is not required because logical reasoning questions are based on the premise given in the question itself. But this topic, that is assertion and reason, is one such topic where we'll have to make exception for that rule. Bit of general knowledge is necessary, as usually in case of this topic, it is the questions based on science, or I can say science based questions are generally asked in case of this topic. So with that thing in mind, let us proceed towards the first question. If you look at the question, then you will easily realize as to what is the pattern here. The pattern which they follow here is similar to that of statement and assumptions and drawing inferences, wherein we'll have two or one statement, and based on that there will be various options. Now in case of assertion and reason, the specific thing which they will do here is, as you can see, there is assertion and there is reason. Now assertion is nothing but an affirmative statement wherein they make some positive statement and then they will give a reason for that positive statement. Now what we have to do is we have to establish a kind of relationship between assertion and reason. Let us call it this as A and R. Now there could be various types of relationship between those two. There might be some relationship between A and R, or there might not be any relationship between A and R at all. So our job is to find this out. That's it. Now let us read the first question. In India, the judiciary is independent of executive. So we know we have three bodies, that is the judiciary, executive and legislative. This is something which you would have studied in civics. Now the positive statement which they are making is this judiciary is actually independent of executive. So that is the assertion. Now let us look at the reason for this assertion. For every assertion there will be a reason, and we'll have to check the reason now. Judiciary favors the government and helps in the implementation of its plans. So therefore they say judiciary is independent of executive. Now, in case of assertion and reason, as I said, you need some bit of general knowledge. Now, in the reason, they very clearly say that judiciary favors the government. Now, this is something which will never happen, because judiciary is not only independent of executive, which is the assertion here, but it is also independent of legislative as well. That means judiciary is a wholly independent body which will not bow down to anyone. So when that is the case, if you say that judiciary favors the government and therefore it is independent of the executive, that absolutely makes no sense at all. So therefore, in this case, assertion is definitely true, but the reason which they have given is definitely incorrect. Now let us look at the various options and see which one is the right option in this case. Both A and R are true. Obviously not. R is not true. Both A and R are true, but R is not the correct explanation of A. So this one is also not applicable. A is true, but R is false. Obviously, yes. So therefore, the answer to this question would be option C, wherein we say judiciary is independent, but it is not independent because it favors the government and helps in the implementation of its plans, because this reasoning which they have given is not true at all, and so the option C fits the bill. Let's move on to the next one. Most of the Himalayan rivers are perennial. Now first of all, let us understand the meaning of the word perennial. Perennial is nothing but continuous or doesn't stop. So they say most of the Himalayan rivers does not stop at all. Now that is the statement which they have made. Now let us look at the reason for the same. They say they are fed by the melting snow. So the reason here for the rivers to be continuous or not stopping ever at all is the snow of the mountains, and that acts as the source for the river. That is what they say. Of course, yes, in case of Himalaya, we know that the mountains keep melting, and that particular snow will feed into the channels of the rivers. So therefore, we can easily say the Himalayan rivers are perennial because we have this continuous feed which feeds the water to the rivers throughout the year. So therefore, this particular reasoning is definitely correct. Now, assertion is also correct, and the reason which they have given is also correct. So now let us look at the options once again. Both A and R are true, which is in this case true, and R is in fact the correct explanation of A. Because of this, because of R, we have A, and therefore we can easily select option A as the answer in this case. Moving on, the next statement says, we prefer to wear white, that is white clothes in winter. We prefer to wear white clothes in winter. That is the statement which is made. White clothes are good reflectors of heat, they say. Okay. Why would anyone wear white clothes in winter if it is actually reflecting the heat? If it is reflecting the heat, that means what? You will feel more cold in winter. So you would definitely not want to wear white clothes during winter. Of course, it makes sense to wear white clothes during summer because it reflects the heat. Whereas in winter, we would prefer to wear black clothes as it does not reflect the heat, or rather black clothes absorb the heat. So therefore, in this case, we can easily say the statement or the positive assertion here is not true. Let us look at the reasoning. White clothes are good reflectors of heat. This is actually correct. In this case, the reasoning is correct, but the assertion itself is wrong. If only they had mentioned we prefer to wear white clothes in summer, in that case we could have said the assertion is also correct, reasoning is also correct. But instead of summer, they said we prefer to wear white clothes in winter, which is not the case. As I said, in winter, usually black is preferred as it absorbs the heat. Now let us look at the options. Both A and R are true, and R is the correct explanation of A. Not possible, because they say both A and R are true. In this case, that is not the case. In this question, that is not the case. Second one is also ruled out. C is also ruled out. D is the right option in this case. A is false, but R is true. Let's move on to the next one. So here they talk about the land breeze. They say land breeze blows during night. Okay, this is something which we know to be true. Then reason which they have given is land gets heated up quickly. Okay. Land, they say, gets heated up quickly. If land gets heated up quickly, how has that got anything to do with land breeze blowing during night? This is of course true, and this is also true, but this cannot be correct because of this particular reason. Land gets heated up quickly, but it also gets cooler quickly. So it has nothing to do with the land breeze blowing during the night. So therefore, what we can do is we can check the options wherein both the assertion and R, that is reason given in this question, are true, but R is not the reason for A. Both A and R are true, and R is the correct explanation of A. This is not possible. Both A and R are true, but R is not the correct explanation of A. This is the right answer. So therefore, in this case, option B would be the right answer. Moving on, let us read the assertion. The problem-solving ability, mental health and memory of the employees of company C are deteriorating. Now there is some assertion about some companies' employees. What is it they are saying? The problem-solving ability, mental health and memory of the employees of the company are deteriorating. So it is going down. Okay. Now for that they have two reasons. Let us look at reason 1. Due to tight schedule at company C, the employees of the company are skipping their breakfast regularly. So the first reason which they have given is the employees are skipping breakfast, and therefore their problem solving ability, their mental health, etc. is deteriorating. So that is the reasoning which they have given. Now let us look at the second assertion. The job is physical in nature but not mental. So physical in nature but not mental in nature, they say. So this is the second reason why they think the mental ability and the problem solving ability of the employees are going down south. Let's try to analyze this. See, problem solving ability, mental health and memory can neither be affected by skipping breakfast, nor has it got anything to do with the actual nature of the job. There might be several other reasons, but it cannot be definitely these two reasons which they have mentioned in the question. Therefore, we can safely say the reasoning which they have given is not correct at all. So now let us look at the options and then select the right one. Only R1 and not R2 is the reason. No, both are in fact not the actual reasons. Only R2 and not R1, this is also not happening. Either R1 or R2 but not both, that is also not possible. Neither R1 nor R2 is the reason for the assertion. This is definitely true. Okay. So in light of this, we can say option D, wherein we say neither reasoning 1 nor reasoning 2 is the right answer for this question. Let's move on to the next one. Many countries have abolished capital punishment for murder. Okay, capital punishment, as you know, is nothing but sentencing someone to death. If you sentence a convicted felon to death, then we say that capital punishment has been awarded to that particular person. Now, in this case, what they are saying is many countries have abolished this particular sentencing a convict to death. Now let us look at the reasons which they have given. Capital punishment is nothing but murder by the state. When they say state, they are referring to the government. So the first reason which they have given is, it is nothing but a murder. You are killing someone. You are taking away the life of someone forcibly. But of course, in this case, it is done by the state or it is done by the government. That is one argument. Second argument or reasoning which they have given is, on humanitarian grounds, on the grounds of empathy, every criminal must be given sufficient time to realize his misdeed and repent it. What they are trying to say is, you cannot simply kill someone. They should be given some time so that they will realize what exactly they have done, that is what wrong they have actually done, and then they will have some time to repent it or realize their folly. So that is the second reason. If you give capital punishment, they won't have time to realize and repent for the mistakes or crime which they did. So that is the second reasoning. In fact, if you look at these two reasons, these are the precise reasons given by various countries to abolish the capital punishment. Now, let us read the options and then try to ascertain which one is the right one. Only R1 and not R2 is the reason. As I said, both are sufficient or strong enough reasons for abolishing capital punishment. So this option is definitely not working out. Only R2 and not Ri is the reason. That is also not working out. Either R1 or R2 but not both. Neither not possible. Both R1 and R2 are the reasons for assertion. That is definitely the case in this question. So option E would be the right answer here. Moving on to the last assertion and reasoning question. Mr. P got Nobel Prize for Peace last year. So Nobel Prize for Peace was given to one Mr. P. Now let us look at the reasoning for this. Throughout his life, Mr. P worked for the welfare. He worked for the welfare of poor and upliftment of downtrodden, the ones without basic amenities, without any selfish motives. Mr. P did not do this for the sake of some return, but instead he did it with the passion to uplift the poor and improve their welfare. Now, that is one reason and it seems good enough. Now, let us read the second one. Mr. P wrote many books on peace. Now, if you just write books on peace, you will definitely not get Nobel Prize for Peace. You should do some work. Nobel Prize for Peace isn't awarded for writing books, whether it is on peace or something else, but instead for the work done by an individual or sometimes for any organization as well. So therefore, the work done by Mr. P is what would have fetched him the Nobel Prize and not the books which Mr. P has written. So let us look at the options in this slide and select the right one. Only R1 and not R2 is the reason for the assertion. We do not even have to go further. We can safely select this particular option, that is option A. Option A is in fact the right answer in this case. Let's move on to the next topic, which is alphabet test. In case of alphabet test, what we specifically look at is these four requirements, that is questions related to series of alphabets, wherein they will give few alphabets and you'll have to look at the series and identify the pattern, or problems related to letter gap. So what is the gap between the 7th letter from the left and the 3rd letter from the right? So the kind of questions which they will ask will be of that nature. Then problems related to word formation. They will give you a word and out of that word you'll have to pick few letters and try to create a new word. That is also there. And words in alphabetical order. So they will give you few words and then they will ask you to rearrange those words in alphabetical order. So this is what we have in case of this particular topic. And then there is one more topic called alphanumeric sequence puzzle, which is kind of related to the same family. So what I would be doing here is I'll be clubbing both alphanumeric sequence puzzle and the alphabet test together. In case of non-verbal reasoning, it's mostly based on the visual aids. So we will see something, and based on that we will have to answer the question. For instance, in this case, what we have is a square with many lines, and the question says find the number of triangles in the given figure. Now, finding the number of triangles in this case would be very difficult if you do not, first of all, mention the names for all these intersections. Like what we have to do here is, let's start from the corners. Let's say let this be A, then let me start with the four corners first. B, C, D, then we have E, F. I'm just naming these so that it will be easy for us to identify later on. Okay, L, then let's go inside, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y. Okay, we have 25 intersections in this case, and we have named all the 25 intersections. Now what we have to do is we'll have to find the simplest of the triangles first. So let's say let's start from this corner. AML is one triangle. Likewise, if you observe LRK, that is the next one, then KDN, after that what else do we have? DNJ. Of course you can call this DJN as well, but it makes no difference because it is one and the same whether you call it DJN or DNJ. Then we have JXIIYC, then CYH, what is it? TG, then GOB, BOF, FNE, and EMA. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 simple triangles. Okay, when I say simple triangles, there is nothing other than one component here. There is only one triangle inside these 12 triangles, most simplest of the triangles. Now there are other triangles as well. It's not as if only 12 triangles are there. These are the 12 simple triangles. Let us now look at the complicated ones. So now that we have already looked into this, I will erase this so that we can write down the next set, that is the complicated set. But what we have to remember so far is that when it comes to one component triangles, we have 12 in number. So I'll just write it down here so that later on when we have to add it, we will make use of this. One component equals 12. Now let me just erase this. So let's proceed to two components. So let me write down, then you will know what exactly I am referring to. AEL, that is one triangle. Then we have, see, when it comes to AEL, it has two triangles inside it, which are those ALM and AME, which we have already identified as part of one component triangles. So that is what I mean by two component triangles. So let me quickly erase these two since we have already considered those two. Next, apart from AEL, what else do we have which are in the nature of two component triangles? So we have BFG on the other opposite corner, then CIH, then KDJ. So these are the four triangles which, did I miss any? Yeah, that's all. So these are the four triangles which
have two components. So let me write down here, two component triangles are 4 in number, meaning inside these triangles there are two triangles. So let me just erase this. Now we will proceed towards the three components. So when we say three components, there should be three different components. For instance, let me first write down the triangle with three components. A, P, F. Okay, this is one triangle with three components because the three components being, we have AEN as one component, then we have EMNP as another component, though it's a square, then we have ENF as another component. So all the three components put together make up one particular triangle, which is APF. So this type of triangles are referred to as three component triangles. So what you should note here is, though we say three component triangles, it's not necessary that all the three components should be triangles themselves. Okay, having considered that, let us proceed further and write down the other triangles which are also part of the same category, that is three component triangles. So now moving on, APF is 1, then EQB, which is right next to it, is the other three component triangle. Then what else do we have? Then BQH is there, BQH. Then apart from BQH, we also have GVC, which is again a three component. Then CVJ is another three component triangle. Then IUD is there down. So IUD, then after the DUL, another three component, and lastly we have KPA. So how many such triangles do we have? 4 into 2, 8 three component triangles. So that is done. Let us proceed to the next category, which will be, I don't think there are 4 component triangles, so that is not found here. Then what else do we have? Do we have triangles with 5 components? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we have triangles with 6 components. Let me write down those 6 component triangles, which are starting with ADB. Okay, ADB is one such triangle, no? Oh, no, that will be 12 components, too many. So ASB is how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, ASB is one such triangle wherein there are 6 components: AEM, MENP, ENF, FNQO, and FOB. So all the 6 together form ASB. So on the opposite side we have DSC. Then on either sides we have BSC and ASD. So these are the 4 obvious 6 component triangles. There are of course others as well. Let us see which are the others. Okay, then what else? AKF is also a 6 component triangle, AKF. Then likewise, if you consider AKF, on the opposite side also we can consider BSC is already considered. Then CSD is also considered. What else do we have? GCJ is there. GCJ is another triangle with 6 components. We have 6 now. Then if you search, IDL is also there. IDL, so another triangle with 6 components. Then EBH is also another one. Okay, so now we have 4 into 2 once again, 8 6 component triangles.
So we are done with 1, 2 components, 3 components and 6 components. Let's proceed to the next set, which will be the half of the entire square that will comprise in fact double of 6, that is 12 components. So let me write down here 12 components. So which are such triangles? We have ADB. So that is there. Then opposite side will be DCB. Then ABS is there. ABS. Then DSC is there. No, DSC is again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that won't be considered. ADB is fine. BCD is also fine. But which are the other triangles with 6 components? ABC, yeah, ABC on the right side, ADC on the left side. I guess that's it. So 12 components triangle are only 4 in number. So now if you add these, you will get the total number of triangles in the question, or rather in the square which we have here. So let us try to add this now. 12 plus 4 plus 8 plus 8 plus 4. So this will be again 12 plus 12. 12 3s are 36 triangles. So these type of questions will obviously consume time. There is no way you can solve this within a couple of minutes. So what you can do is you can try to name the intersection points, and then it will be easy for you to solve these type of questions. Moving on, find the minimum number of straight lines required to make the given figure. So now here it's a very easy question, because all we have to do is just find the straight lines. Apart from that, there is nothing else. If it was triangles, then once again it would be difficult. But nevertheless, what we will do is we will try to name these intersections starting from A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q. That's all right. Okay, R and S. Okay. So now that we have named, all that we are supposed to right now do is identify the lines. I'll just keep on writing here. AE is one straight line. Then we have LF, then KG. These are the horizontal lines, of course. So the horizontal lines being 3. Then when it comes to vertical lines, we have AK, BJ, CI, DH and EG. So these are the vertical lines. Then we have the diagonal lines as well, which are AG, then EK, then CF, CL, what else? EI, LI. That's all. Yeah, that's it. So 4 plus 2, 6 vertical lines. So this would be 3 horizontal plus 5 vertical plus 6 diagonal lines. This will be 14 lines in total. A very easy problem compared to the previous one. All that we were supposed to do is just identify the lines involved in the square. Moving on, let's proceed to the next one. How many dots are there on the dice face opposite the one with 3 dots? So now there are dice faces here in the 4 different diagrams which we have. Now what the question is about is, how many dots are there on the dice face opposite the one with 3 dots? So let us try to find out the one which are adjacent to 3 dots. If you find out the ones which are adjacent to 3 dots, then we can easily identify the one which is not adjacent to 3 dots, and that will be the one which is opposite to 3 dots.
So in case of first diagram, this is the first one, we know that dice with 6 faces and dice with 4 faces are adjacent to dice with 3 faces. So therefore they can be considered as next to 3 dots. Then in the second diagram, we know dice with only 1 dot, that is also adjacent to 3 dots. Then in the third diagram, we do not have 3 dots at all, so we won't get to know anything there. And in the fourth one, so we can see dice with 2 faces is also adjacent to dice with 3. Now, when you look at the adjacent faces for the dice with 3 dots, which are those adjacent faces? 6, 4, 1 and 2. So what is that which is missing here? The only dice which is missing in the adjacent faces is none other than 5, and therefore the dice with, or rather the dice face with 5 dots is the one which is actually opposite to the dice with 3 dots. Moving on. What is the number of straight lines and number of triangles in the given figure? Once again, in these type of problems, all we have to do is name them. Let's name A, B, C, then D, E, F, G, H, I, then intersections inside the triangle J, K, L. So what is that we have to find out? Number of straight lines. To identify number of straight lines, it will be usually easier compared to the triangles inside a square or a triangle. So let us start with DF. So horizontal line, then BC is also a horizontal line. So these are the horizontal lines. Then when it comes to vertical lines, we have DG, then AH and FI. These are the vertical ones. And the diagonal ones being DC, BF. Then do we have anything else? AB, AC. That's all. So we have 2 horizontal, 3 vertical and 4 diagonal lines. So all the 3 put together, it will be 4 plus 3 plus 2, 9 such lines. But if you look at the question, they are not only asking the straight lines, they are also asking the number of triangles inside. Now that we have answered the straight lines part, let us move on to the second part wherein they ask the triangles. This will be slightly time consuming. Let us try to do that. So once again, let name A, B. So let us start with a simple one component triangle. One component triangle will be ADE, AEF, then DJK, BJD, then EFK, FLC, ILC, then BJG. Did I miss any? FKL is also done, no? So how many such triangles do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 such triangles. Anything else missing? DEK, I have not considered. Yeah, DEK is there. Then DJK is considered. Okay, KFL. I think I mentioned, but I didn't write down. Yeah. So we have how many? 9 triangles which are of one component. So let me just write down here 9 such triangles. Once again, ADE, AEF, DJK, BJD, EFK, FLC, ILC, BJG, DEK, KFL. So these are the 9 triangles with one components. Let me erase the triangle names. So now that we know how many are there. So let us proceed towards the 2 component triangles. So that would be two components ADF, then AFK, then DFK, that also has two components, then FL or FCK. Okay, FCK no. Then BKH is there with two components. Then KHC is also there. Then DGB once again with two components. Then FIC, I think we have already considered. No, we haven't considered anything else which we left out. ADK, yeah, ADK. Then DKB is there, so there is another triangle. Then what else do we have? So that means we have 9 plus 1, 10 triangles of two components. I think I missed one in one component triangles. Let me just write that down once again. Now let us look at the number of triangles here. Let's start with the one component triangle. So that means it comprises of nothing but the triangle itself. So which are those one component triangles? Let's start with the topmost triangle, that is ADE and AEF. So then we have DEK. Below that, then we have EKF, then DJK and FLK, that is the opposite of DJK. Then we have DJB and FLC. Then we have BJG. Then we have LIC. So did we miss anything? I guess not. We have 5 into 2. There are 10 one component triangles. So now that we have looked into the one component triangles, let's move on to the next set, that is the triangles with two components. So which are those triangles now? ADF, let's start from the top once again. Then ADF is one, then AFK, yeah, so AFK once again has two components. Then DFK also has two components. Then ADK, then DKB has two components. Then what else do we have? FCK, yeah, FCK also has two components considered. Then BKH is there, so that is one thing, BKH two components. Then KHC on the opposite side with two components. And what else? Are we done? Okay, a few more, in fact two more. DGB, this and this. Then DGB and FIC, this and this. So how many such triangles do we have? 3 plus 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So two components also 10. So let's proceed to the next type of triangles. So after 2 we'll have 3 components as well. So which are those 3 components now? DFJ, yeah, DFJ will have 1, 2, 3 components. Likewise, which other triangle has 3 components? DFL. So that also has 3 components, so only 2 triangles. Now let's look at triangles with 4 components. So that would be starting from ABK. ABK will have 1, 2, 3 and 4 components. Likewise, AKC or ACK will also have 4 components. Then BFI will also have 4. BFI 1, 2, 3, 4. Likewise, BFI's opposite would be CDG. 1, 2, 3, 4. CDG. Then DFB. DFB again with 4 components. Then DFC also with 4 components. Then what else? DFC, then BKC is also there, no? BKC, BKC. 1, 2, 3, 4. So how many such triangles do we have with 4 components? 3 plus 3, 6 plus 1, 7. So in total we have how many such triangles? No, there are other types of triangles as well. 5 components, I don't think there can be any 5 component triangles. So from 4 we'll have to move to 6. Let me just erase all these so that we can write down. So 4 components, it is 7. 3, it is 2. Let me just rewrite those. 3, 2, 4, it is 7. Now we'll have to look at 6 components. 6 components. Which are those 6 component triangles? Let me just erase these. Just rewrite the names. J, K, L. Okay. Now the 6 component triangles would be A, B, H. If you look at ABH, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Likewise, the opposite end, ACH, also has 6 components. Then ABF also has 6. Okay. So likewise, the opposite side would be ACD. So that also will have 6 components. Then BFC will also have 6 components. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then BFC's opposite would be CDB. So that also will have 6 components. So how many are there with 6 components? We have 6 such triangles. Right. So now we can total them. So if you try to total this, 10 plus 10 plus 2 plus 7 plus 6, 22, 29, 35 plus 1 triangle, which is the whole triangle ABC. So that is 1. So in total we have 36 triangles here.
It's a new topic called the completion of the incomplete patterns. It's again visual based. What we have to do is we'll have to look at the diagram which is part of the problem figures and try to identify as to which one of these answer figures will actually complete this incomplete pattern. So now let us try to look at the figure first, then we will try to understand as to what is the pattern which they are following. Based on that pattern, we will be able to identify the right option out of the 5 options given in the question. So now let us look at the first block. This is the first block here. We have an up arrow, then we have S on the right hand corner. Now if you look at the next image, this S comes down, but it doesn't come down naturally, but instead it comes down inverted, or rather the mirror image. So what do we have on the right hand corner? So on the right hand corner we have N, then the N which was on the right hand corner comes down once again as the mirror image. So now in both the cases, whatever was on the right hand corner has come down in the next block but reversed. So now in case of this we have L here, so then that has also been reversed and it appears like this. In fact I would say not even the mirror image upside down. Okay, so if you look at the S, the mirror image of S upside down would be like this. So if you look at N, the mirror image of N upside down would be like this. So that way even L has become this, And now finally on top of L reversed, we have Y which is already reversed. Okay, it's kind of Y, it's not exactly Y. So now which is the next image wherein this will come down with the mirror image, and we have slightly diagonal Z. Now what we have to do is we'll have to find out in which of the options this Z is reflecting a mirror image. If you look at this is the one which we have in the last block of the question. So the mirror image of that would somewhat look like this, or rather this. Let me just rewrite that. I'm trying to draw the mirror image. Yeah. So this might be the mirror image, or rather close. Let me just. This would be the mirror image of this slightly diagonal Z. Now, first of all, search for this in the options. So if you search for that in the options, you can straight away see there are only about one and in fact two options in the answer figures which have the same shape. So we can easily rule out block 1, block 2 and block 5 as the answers, because the only blocks which have this particular shape is block 3 and block 4. So out of these blocks we'll have to find out the right choice. Now between block 3 and 4, which one should we select? Because both the blocks have the same reversed Z, that is diagonal Z. So now what we should do is we should look at the top corner of both the blocks. In case of third block, the top corner has C as its object, whereas in case of block 4, the top corner has S as its object. Now this cannot be used to complete the incomplete pattern because we already had S as part of our pattern. So therefore block 4 from the answer figures will be ignored or not considered, but instead block 3 will be considered as the one which will complete the incomplete pattern in this case. So therefore with that logic we will select block 3 as the answer. Once again, all we have to do was look at the reversed image of this particular Z. So the mirror or the reverse image is represented in block 3 and 4 out of the answer figures, and between those two we have selected option 3 because C is a new item in the pattern. So therefore the right answer in this case would be option 3. Moving on, once again we have a similar question wherein we are supposed to complete the pattern. So we have problem figures 1 to 5. Likewise we have answer figures as well. Let me just rename these or name them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is the pattern. So we have to complete the pattern by selecting the right option from the answer figures. So now let us try to look at the pattern first in the problem figure. Then we will be able to identify the right option. Now these are all arcs or rather semicircles. So now we start with a semicircle which is facing upwards, and we have in fact 5 half rings or 5 half circles. The second semicircle is facing inwards. The third one is facing outwards. Fourth one again outwards, and fifth one inward. So this is the pattern which we have in the first block. Now let us see the second block. We will perhaps notice the pattern. In the second block, the first one which was facing outwards is now facing inwards. The second semicircle is still the same. It is facing inwards. The third one is also not changed, even the fourth one, and the fifth one has also not changed. That means between first and second problem figures, the only thing which has changed is the top semicircle which was facing outwards earlier is now facing inwards. Now let us move on to the third one. So in case of third one, again the first one will not change. We'll have to see with respect to second problem figure. First one is still facing inwards, but the second one has changed its position. Earlier it was facing inwards, now it is facing outwards. Same with the third semicircle as well. Earlier it was facing outwards, now it is facing inwards. What about the fourth one? Fourth one remains the same. It was facing outwards, it is still facing outwards. Fifth one also remains the same. It was facing inwards, it remains inwards here too. That means what we notice here is the second and third semicircles have changed its position. Okay, so now let us move on to the fourth block. So we have this pattern in case of fourth block. Now this is the pattern. Now let us observe with respect to the previous one, that is the third block. First one has now changed. It was earlier inward, it has now changed shape to outward semicircle. Second and third remain the same compared to the third block. You can notice that. Whereas fourth and fifth have, fourth and fifth have changed because earlier it was facing outwards, now it is facing inwards. This was facing inwards, it has shifted to outwards. That means these three have changed their position, whereas the second and third remain as it is. That means in the first diagram, let me just erase everything. This is the base position for us. In this, only one semicircle has changed its position, that is the first one. In this, two semicircles have changed their positions, that is second and third. In this, three semicircles have changed their position, that is these three. That means incrementally the semicircles are changing their position in the anti-clockwise order. Okay, so clockwise means it will be like this, anti-clockwise in this direction. So that is what we notice in this case. Now let us look at the last block to confirm our theory. Now in the last block, what has happened is vis-a-vis fourth block, we notice that the top semicircle remains the same, but the second one has once again changed. In the fourth block, the second one was facing outwards, whereas in the fifth block, it is facing inwards. Whereas the rest of the three are in the same position as was earlier, that is in the fourth block. That means what the pattern is suggesting here is it follows 1, 2, 3 steps. That is, in the first case, only one semicircle changes. In the second one, the next two semicircles, they change their position. In the third one, 3 semicircles change their position. And once again, after this, they come back to 1, 2, 3 cycle. So now 1, 2, 3, again we have 1, next one would be 2. So which semicircle has changed the position in the last block in the problem figure? The semicircle which has changed its position, you can compare here. This is the fourth block which I am writing here from the problem figures. So this is the fourth one which is here, and the fifth one, only one has changed, which you can notice. This is the one which has changed. That means in the next answer, or rather the next pattern, these two will change their position. So we have to look at one of these answer figures where the third and the fourth have changed their position, and instead of facing inwards are now facing outwards. So let us look at the answers. So if you look at the answers, there is only one wherein both the third as well as fourth are facing outwards, and in case of the rest of the answer figures, it is not in fact following the pattern. So therefore the answer figure which actually completes the pattern in this case would be option 1. So once again we have a similar problem wherein we have some pattern in the problem figure, and there are few options in the answer figures, out of which we will have to select one which will actually complete the pattern in the problem figures. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 patterns here. So again we have answer figures 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll have to select one of these which will in fact complete the problem figures. So let us try to identify the pattern, then we'll perhaps be able to ascertain the answer. So these are all angles here, kind of right angle, and we have a few other angles as well. So on top we have this shape, then reverse of that, and then there is a right angle. Okay, let us look at the second pattern, then we'll perhaps identify something here. So the top item remains as it is, whereas the middle one is now completely reversed. Okay, so this item has reversed, the bottom one remains as it is. Now in the third one, the top one is reversed. Okay, so it has rotated 180 degree actually. When I say reversed, it has rotated 180 degree. So if something is like this, if it reverses or rather rotates 180 degree, it becomes like this. So that is what has happened in the second and third problem figure. In the second problem figure, the middle one has rotated 180 degree, whereas in the third problem figure, the top one has rotated 180 degree. Now let us look at the fourth one. In the fourth one, in the middle one, the bottom one also has rotated. Okay, so the middle one remains same. First top and bottom have rotated. So in the fourth, top remains the same, bottom remains the same, only the middle one has rotated 180 degree. Okay, so I think now we know the pattern. So alternatively, the middle one and the top and bottom ones, they rotate 180 degree. So this is the base image for us in this case, which has rotated the middle one, whereas here it is top and bottom. Once again here it is middle, then once again here it is top and bottom. So that means next we'll have to find the one where the middle one is rotating 180 degree. So this is the one which we have in the last problem figure. The one which would complete that would be where this particular figure rotates 180 degree. So if that rotates 180 degree, it will look somewhat like this. Now we'll have to look at or look for this particular item in the answer figures. So if you do that, you can see third, fourth and first. So these three answer figures have the same shape. Now we'll have to pick one from any of these three answer figures. Which one should we pick? So here we have to be careful. Just because the middle one has rotated, we cannot pick any of these three. We should also look at the top and bottom. So in case of fifth problem figure, as you can notice here, the top and bottom should remain the same in the next complete pattern. So that means this one should rotate, only that. So in the first option, the top remains as it is, the bottom also remains as it is. Whereas in the third option, the top remains as it is, the middle one has actually rotated 180, whereas the bottom one has also turned, not exactly 180, but it has also changed its shape. And in the fourth one also, the top one has rotated. So therefore, the correct answer in this case would be option 1. So once again, we are faced with a similar question wherein we have to continue the pattern. So here we have few diagonal lines with one curved line in between. So here, if we start with the first one, we have 5 diagonal lines, slightly diagonal, not completely diagonal. So in the next problem figure, that is in the second one, the first one is slightly curved inwards. So the rest of the 4 remain as it is. This is the second problem figure. In the third problem figure, now first one which was curved inside is now curved outside, and the second one is curved inside now. Or we can say, what we can say is this has shifted to the second position and this has come here and it has curved out. Okay, so the rest of the 3 remain as it is. In the fourth one, this comes here and the rest shift their position. So it becomes like this now. and in the fifth, again the last one comes to the first, and the rest of them simply shift their position, wherein we have two lines, then this inward and outward, and then we have the last one, which is once again a diagonal line. Now what we have to do is we'll have to shift the last line to the first. In that case, we'll have three lines, and outward curve and inward curve. So this is very easy to identify. Out of the options, it is the fifth answer figure which actually completes the pattern here. Moving on to a new topic called classification. Now what exactly is this classification all about? It's a very simple topic which I'm very sure would have come across at some point of time in high school or college. What we are supposed to do here is we'll have to pick the odd one out. So the new name for this is classification here. What we are supposed to do here is we'll have to look at, or rather ascertain, the rule which the group of items are following, and if there is any item, I'm sure there will be, which is not following that particular rule. Once again, there will be group of items which will be following a particular rule, or maybe they are part of some classification. It could be animals, it could be birds, it could be metals, or it could be something else. Now one of those items will not be following the rule of classification, and that will be the answer in our case. So that is all about classification. We will straight away get into the questions. Let us look at the first one here. Choose the word which is least like other words in the group. Okay, so we have the options here: zebra, lion, tiger, horse, and giraffe. So now if you look at all these, most of them are actually wild animals. Now which one of these is not a wild animal? Zebra, lion, tiger, and giraffe are definitely wild animals. They are animals which are found in the wild, whereas horse is a domesticated or domestic animal. So therefore in this case, the element which is not following the rule of the classification, or the one which is odd in the group, is horse. So therefore the answer in this case is option 4. Next, parrot, bat, crow, sparrow, and a pigeon. Now we know most of them are actually birds. I said most of them. Then what is that which is not a bird? That is easy to identify. That is the bat. We know bat is not a bird, but in fact it is a mammal. So therefore the odd one here is the mammal bat, whereas the rest of them are following the rules of being the birds. So option 2 is the right answer in this case. Next, copper, zinc, brass, aluminium, iron. Now we can easily identify that these are all metals except for one, which is that element here out of the 5 items which is not a metal, which is not following the rule of being a metal. So that is nothing but brass. Brass, as we know, is an alloy. So therefore the answer to this question is option 3. Next, so this is a very easy one. All that we need to do is just look at this, and we'll be able to identify within seconds as to which is the one which is not following the rule of classification. The odd one out here is definitely apple. Why? Because apple is a fruit, whereas the rest of them are definitely flowers. So the answer to this question is option 1. Moving on, we have months here. So in case of months, you may wonder as to how do we even classify, because they are all obviously months. But what we can do is we can look at the months which are given as options: January, May, July, August, and November. So let us just write down the number of days of each of these months. January 31, May we know it's 31 days, July and August, though continuous, they both have 31 days,
and November has only 30 days in it. So therefore the odd one out, or the one which is not following the rule of classification, here is option 5, that of November. Next. So this is slightly different from the previous set of questions. Here what we have to do is we have pair of words, but we have to choose the odd pair of words. Blacksmith and anvil, carpenter and saw, barber and scissor, goldsmith and ornaments, sculptor and chisel. Now if you look at the first pair of words, it is all talking about a profession, whether it is blacksmith or a carpenter, barber, goldsmith or a sculptor. The second set of words, it is actually talking about the tool used by the particular profession. Blacksmith uses an anvil, carpenter uses a saw, then barber scissor, whereas a goldsmith does not use an ornament, but instead he prepare ornaments. So therefore the odd one here is option 4. So the rest of them are the tools used by the professionals. Moving on. Doctor, clinic, actor, stage, mason, wall, farmer, field, worker, factory. Now we know for a fact all these are workplaces. So in the first word, that is in the pair of words, the first set talks about the profession once again, whereas the second set of words actually talks about the place where that particular person is actually working. So doctor usually works in a clinic or a hospital, actor works on a stage or maybe a movie set, mason constructs a wall, he does not work on a wall. So therefore option 3, that is mason and wall, is the odd pair of words in this set. The rest of them, farmer works in a field and worker usually works in a factory. So therefore those two actually follow the rule of classification. Option 3 is the right answer in this case. Moving on. Cow, calf, dog, bitch, lion, cub, tortoise, turtle, insect, larva. So this is easily done. Second one, that is the calf, bitch, cub, turtle, larva, is mostly the younger one of the first pair of words, first set of words. Now which is that which is not following this rule of classification? That is very simple. Option 2 is actually not following that, because in case of dog and bitch, second is in fact the female of the first, so it is not the younger one. So therefore dog bitch pair of words is the odd one out in this case. Next. Volume, liter, time, seconds, length, meter, resistance, ohm, pressure, barometer. So now here we can easily identify that these are all nothing but, that is the second set of words is nothing but the unit to measure the first. How do we measure volume? We measure volume by liters. How do we measure time? We can measure through seconds also, no, not an issue. Length we can measure through meters, resistance ohm, whereas pressure cannot be measured in terms of barometer. It is an instrument here. In this case, barometer is an instrument to measure pressure, but not the unit of measurement. So therefore the odd pair of words in this case is option 5, that is pressure and barometer. Lastly, we have white and dirty, easy and difficult, brave and coward, end and beginning. So these three words are actually opposites or antonyms. Okay, whereas the first pair of words, that is white and dirty, are definitely not opposites. See, if at all you have to think of an opposite to color white, white is nothing but the presence of all colors, then the absence of all colors, that would be black. Then dirty is definitely not the right answer, since it's not the opposite of white. The opposite of dirty could be clean. So therefore the odd one out here in this case would be option 1. Let's move on to a new topic called syllogism. In case of syllogism, once again we are looking at the inferences, that is we will look at the statements and then deduce something from the statements, and based on our deduction we will have to answer the question. So the format of the question will be somewhat like this. There will be statements wherein they will give us some facts, and based on these facts, they may not be facts in real life, but based on the facts given in the question, there will be some conclusions as well. So in the question there will be statements, and based on those statements there will be conclusions, and our job here is to identify whether these conclusions are right or wrong based on the statements. So now if you look at the composition of a syllogism question, we will have a quantifier, a subject, a copula, and a predicate. Now let us see what exactly each one of these represents. So now first one, that is the quantifier, as the name itself says, denotes the quantity. It could be some people or no one. So there some and no one represents the quantity, so that is referred to as quantity. Then we have the subject. So subject, as the name itself says, once again, is something about which we say in the sentence or in the question. So that is the subject. For example, no person turned up for the event. So now when we say no, that is a quantifier. When we say person, so the person who is being referred to here is a subject. Then there is copula. Copula is nothing but the relationship, or rather it represents the relationship between the subject and the predicate. So now what is the predicate? Predicate is something which affirms or which positively tells about the proposition. Now let us look at the example. Let us look at one example wherein we will be able to understand each one of these parts very clearly. So the sentence which we have here is, all rats are cats. As I said, the statement need not be factual in real life, but it is factual from the point of view of this particular question. That's it. So now when they say all is denoting some quantity. So therefore that is the quantifier here. Then we have rats, something about which we are talking about in this sentence. So therefore that is the subject, and R is the relationship between the subject and the predicate. So that's why we call it copula. And finally we have the predicate, that is something which is affirmed detail in proposition. So therefore we say all rats are what? Cats. So that is the affirmed detail in this case, and that is referred to as predicate. Now if you look at another example, we have in this case, no rat is a cat. So here the word no is the quantifier, and rat is the topic or subject which is talked about, and is the connection between the subject and the predicate, wherein we are positively affirming something. What is the affirmation here? The affirmation is no rat is a cat. So that is nothing but predicate. So these are the four important parts of syllogism. And if you have to pictorially represent a syllogism sentence, which is suggested because if you can imagine a sentence or a conclusion in the form of a Venn diagram, then it will be easy for you to arrive at the conclusion, or to look at the conclusions which have already been arrived at in the question. So for example, in this case, all A is some subject. We do not know which subject it is, but for all practical purpose it is subject here. All A are B. All is quantifier, A is subject, R is copula, and B is the predicate. So now if I have to draw a circle full of let's say B, so this is my B. Now what does it say? All A are B. If all A are B, then obviously A is part of the B. So therefore I can say A will definitely be within this circle of B. So this is my B, and all A are anyway within B. So therefore A will be somewhat like this. So now we can easily say whatever is A is definitely B. All A are B. If it was other way around, then we'll have to just interchange the places here. So this would be all B are A. So that means first circle, that is the bigger circle, would be A, and then there will be one more circle which would be B. So whatever is B is definitely A. That is what we mean by this particular syllogism sentence. Moving on. So now this is slightly different. Here we are not saying all A are B, but instead we are saying some A are B. That means we cannot use the same diagram which we used in the earlier instance. Here there is some similarity between A and B, but there is no intersection, or there is no or rather A does not completely fall under the category of B, or B does not completely fall under the category of A. So now what should we do? We should first draw A, and then we should draw B. But when we do that, we should keep in mind that sum of A are B. Likewise, sum of B are also A. So if you consider this as A and this as B, or vice versa, there will be some portion which is this intersection which represents the quantifier sum. Sum of A are B, which also means sum of B are A. And we have something kind of opposite to the previous one, wherein we say no A is B. That means nothing of A is B and nothing of B is also A. So in that case, we'll have two circles which does not intersect at all. So they don't have any connection. So A is in a different circle and B is in a different circle, and they have got nothing to do with one another. So that is what we mean by no A is B. So these are the normally used quantifiers in questions. It could be any, each, every, which all means all actually. So these are different types of words which they use to denote all. Then we have only, then at least some, almost, generally, mostly. Only also comes here. So these mean some, that's all. At least some, almost, generally, mostly, they all refer to this particular quantifier some. Okay, now let us move to the problems part. We have a problem here wherein we have few statements. These are the statements, and we have the conclusions as well. Now what we have to do here is we'll have to pictorially represent this and check which of these options holds good. Now let us read the statements first. The first statement says some cute are tall. So some is the quantifier, cute is the subject, are is the copula, tall is the predicate. Now some cute are tall. Okay, that is one statement. Then there is second statement which says some tall are rubbish. Okay, now between the first and second statement, tall is the common element. So that is something which you have to remember while we draw the circles, or rather Venn diagram. Then lastly we have all rubbish are men. So these are the three statements which we have, and based on these three statements we have two conclusions. As I said, in case of syllogism you will have statements and the conclusions, and our job here is to look at the options and arrive at the right conclusion. So now conclusion 1 says some men are tall, and conclusion 2 says some cute are men. Now whether these two conclusions holds good or not, we'll have to check, but before that let us also check the options which are already given in the question. The first option says only conclusion 1 is true. That is, some men are tall is true according to first option. According to second option, only second conclusion is true. Then we have either conclusion 1 or 2. We'll come to this in a minute. Then finally we have neither conclusion is true. That is, both are not true. Then the last option being both are true. So we have covered all the bases here. So now let us proceed towards the answer with the help of a Venn diagram. Now let us look at only the statements, and based on that we will try to draw the Venn diagram. First of all, the first sentence talks about some cute are tall. That means if you think of a circle here which represents cute, then it has some connection with tall. So if this is our cute, then this is our tall. Some cute are tall. So there is some common element. Then we have already covered this. The second statement says some tall are rubbish. Okay, so let us do that also. Okay, let me just redraw that. So now some tall are rubbish. That means there is some common element between tall and rubbish as well. And lastly, all rubbish are men. That means whatever is rubbish are definitely men. So we'll need a bigger circle for this. So let me just draw one more here. I can redraw this, I guess. Yes, better. Now we have men here. Now what we have done is we have represented these three statements in the form of a Venn diagram. Once again, first statement is some cute are tall, covered, there is some common element. Second statement is some tall are rubbish, that is also covered. Then the last statement says all rubbish are men. So all the three statements are covered with the help of the Venn diagram. Now let us look at the conclusions and check with the help of Venn diagram whether these two conclusions holds good or not. The first conclusion says some men are tall. Now, do we have any common element between men and tall? That is what we need to check. So we can easily see that some men also includes some or rather all rubbish. Okay, some men includes all rubbish, so therefore we can easily say there is some connection between tall and men. So is there any common element between tall and men? Definitely yes. The one which I am shading now is the common element between men and tall. So therefore some men are tall holds good. Next, some cute are men. So now we have to check. Let me just erase these arrows. So now some cute are men, they say. But do we have any common element between cute and men here? We do not have any common element between cute and men, because cute has common element only with tall, which in turn has common element with men. So therefore we cannot objectively say some cute are men. Therefore in this case statement 2 is not true. If statement 2 is not true, then which conclusion holds good? Only conclusion 1 holds good. Therefore the right option in this case is option 1. Now let us look at a rule of possibility. In case of rule of possibility, it's kind of a trick for us to arrive at the answer very quickly. So now what does this rule of possibility say? The first rule says if all these statements are positive, that is whatever is given in the syllogism statement, if they all talk about positive things, then possibility is always true. So this is about the conclusion part. Okay, if there is any possibility in the conclusion, then that will always be true, because all the statements in the question are positive. If all statements are positive, once again the same premise, then negative conclusion in the conclusions part of the syllogism question is always wrong. So that is what we learn with the rule of possibility. Just like we have rule of possibility, we also have rule of either or. So in the previous question we looked at this option wherein we said either conclusion 1 or 2 is true. So now you might wonder, how is that even possible? How can one of these conclusions can be true while the other one is wrong? So let us first of all understand the rule, and then we'll look at the example to understand it in a better manner. So these are also known as contradictory conclusions, wherein elements have to be the same. That means whatever we have in the statement, they should talk about the one element only. They cannot be talking about multiple elements. Okay, so or rather we can say subject should be one, or subject should be same. There should be one positive conclusion and one negative conclusion. So this is about the conclusion part of the syllogism question, wherein we say if there are two conclusions, then one conclusion should be negative, one conclusion should be positive. Only then we can apply either or rule. And finally, both the conclusions should not follow. See, what exactly we mean by this is both the conclusions contradict one another, and at the same time both cannot definitely happen. But if you discount one conclusion, the other will certainly be true. So that is what we mean by both the conclusions should not follow. So let us look at an example, then we will understand this clearly. Now we have the statement here. A person observes the dark skies. Okay, so now, and the heavy clouds. So there is there are dark skies, that is the sky is very dark and there are heavy clouds, and he thinks, one conclusion, it will rain now. So that is the first conclusion from the statement. And the second conclusion is, he will also think it will not rain now. This is what we mean by either or situation, wherein either this will follow or this will follow. Both together will definitely not follow. Okay, so now once again, just let us go back to the rules. Elements have to be the same. We are looking at one particular subject here, that's it. We are not looking at multiple subjects. And here also the element is rain, and rain in both the conclusion, or rather the subject. There should be one positive conclusion and one negative conclusion. So we have one positive here, it will rain now, that is a positive conclusion. It will not rain now, that is a negative conclusion. So that is also followed. Then finally we have both the conclusions should not follow. Obviously yes, it can either rain or it can either not rain. Can both the conclusions happen at the same time? Obviously not. So therefore the third rule is also fulfilled. So now, having considered all this, we can easily select this particular option, that is either conclusion 1 or 2 is true. Because if you look at the other options, we cannot definitely select any of these options in this question. Why? Only conclusion 1 is true. How can you say it will rain now? There are dark skies, of course, and there are heavy clouds, but does it necessarily mean that it will rain? It may or it may not. So that is the situation right now we are in. So therefore we cannot select any of these options other than option 3. Moving on to the next question. Now we have another question here. The statements being, we have 3 statements by the way. All lights are wood. This is the subject, of course, this is the predicate, then copula, then quantifier. Then the second statement says some paper are wood, then all papers are boring. So we have 3 statements. Let us do one thing, even before we proceed towards the conclusions, it would be easier for us to draw the Venn diagram. So now all lights are wood. See, whenever we have a quantifier which says all or no, it is easier to draw Venn diagrams for those type of statements quickly. So let me do that here. This, let it be light. So if that is our light, then everything which is light is wood. So therefore the wood part will have a bigger circle. So this will be our wood. So all lights are wood. Now the second statement has some connection with wood, that is some, that is only a portion of paper is wood. So therefore we'll draw paper first. So some paper are wood. So there is that intersection between paper and wood. Then the third statement being all papers are boring. So that means whatever is paper is also boring. So let us draw one more circle here. So this will be our boring. So we have boring, which consists of paper, and we have wood, which has light in it. Now let us look at the conclusions. Some boring are wood, they say. So now, is that possible? Do we have any connection between boring and wood? Of course yes, because there is some intersection between boring and wood. So therefore this particular statement definitely follows, because whatever is P is definitely B. If P has some connection with W, then definitely B also has some connection with W. Then some wood are lights. So this is obviously the case, because whatever is light is wood, and therefore some wood, some part of the wood, you can see this some part of the wood is definitely light. So therefore statement 2, or rather conclusion 2, is also true. So now let us look at the options and see which option can be selected. So only conclusion 1 is true, not possible. This is also not possible, this is also not possible, and finally we have option 5, which says both the conclusions are true, and therefore that is in fact the right answer here. Moving on. The statement, we have only 2 statements in this case. All cotton are jute, then all jute are brown. So we have cotton, jute and brown. So both the statements talk about all. So let us try to draw a diagram. First we have to think about the relationship between cotton and jute. So let this be cotton. Whatever is cotton is definitely jute. So this will be what is that? Jute. Okay. So if this is my cotton, whatever is cotton is jute. So therefore jute will be here. And whatever is jute is brown, they say. So let me draw one more circle. So that would be my brown. That's it. So this is how this particular question can be represented with the help of a Venn diagram. Now let us look at the conclusions. Conclusion 1 says all brown are cotton. Now is that even happening? Some part of the brown is definitely cotton, but whatever is brown, is it cotton? Definitely not the case. But if in the conclusion, if they had said all cotton are brown, then that would have been definitely the case. For this statement to happen, we would have had something of this sort. Then in that case, this would be brown and that would be cotton. If this was the situation, then this statement would be right. But right now that is not the situation. Therefore this conclusion is not correct. Now let us look at the second one. What does the second one say? Some jute are cotton. This is definitely the case because some part of the jute is definitely cotton. So therefore only conclusion 2 follows in this case. Moving on, we have first statement, all songs are poems. Again, all quantifier, easy to draw the diagram. Then all poems are rhymes. Okay, once again we have the quantifier all. And finally, no rhyme is a paragraph. So let us try to draw diagrams for this. First of all songs are poems. Songs, let it be a smaller circle. Let this be song. Then we have poems. All songs are poems and all poems are rhymes. So this is our rhymes. All songs are poems and all poems are rhymes. So that is the Venn diagram which we have drawn to represent the first two statements. Now let us look at the third statement. What does it say? No rhyme is a paragraph. That means no part of the rhyme is a paragraph. So therefore paragraph has nothing in common with rhyme. So that will be a paragraph. So paragraph is outside the circle of songs, poems and rhymes. So it has got no connection with any of these. Now let us look at the conclusion. What does conclusion 1 say? No song is a paragraph. So is that true? Whatever is song is definitely a rhyme because all songs are poems and all poems are in turns rhymes. So therefore if rhyme itself is not a paragraph, obviously song and poem can also not be paragraph. So therefore no song is a paragraph is true. Then the second conclusion is talking about the same thing, but instead of song we have poem here. We just now saw that poem is also part of rhyme. Whatever is poem is definitely a rhyme. So therefore we cannot say poem is a paragraph because there is no connection. So what do we have here? No paragraph is no poem is a paragraph. So therefore conclusion 2 is also valid. So both the conclusions are in fact true in this case. Moving on, we have 4 statements here. Some pens are keys. Pens are keys. Second, some keys are locks. Third, all locks are cards. And fourth, no card is a paper. So we have all, no, some different types of quantifiers. So let us try to draw the diagram first. Some pens are keys. So let this be pen, let this be key. Let me draw this again. Yeah, let P have something in common with K and K will have something in common with L. that is locks. So this, let it be lock. All locks are cards. That means whatever is lock is a card. So that is a bigger circle. Let me just redraw this. So now in this case this would be our cards. Whatever is lock is definitely a card, and lock has some connection with keys, and keys has some connection with pens. And what is that they are saying? No card is a paper, they say. So that means paper is something which we do not have anywhere here. So paper will have to be totally different from these three. So let that be paper. This is our paper, which has got nothing to do with cards. Okay, so no card is a paper. Now let us look at the conclusion. The first conclusion says no lock is paper. If cards itself is not paper, lock, which is already part of the cards, can definitely not be paper. So therefore conclusion 1 obviously follows. Then some cards are keys. So has cards got something in common with keys? Obviously yes, because cards definitely contains locks which has got something in common with keys. So if locks has something in common with keys, cards will also have something in common with keys. So therefore conclusion 2 follows. Then some keys are not paper. Okay, now let us look at the diagram and see if there is any connection between these two. Do we have any connection between keys and paper? No. So therefore some keys are not paper also holds good. So we have all the conclusions are true. Option 5 is the right answer in this case. The name of the topic is mirror image. As the name itself says, all we have to do is look at the mirror image of the question. In this case, let's read the question first. Choose the alternative which closely resembles the mirror image of the given combination. So now the combination, or rather the word which we have is informations. Now what we have to do is, out of the choices given, we'll have to look at that particular choice which is the mirror image of this word informations. Now if I have to write informations, let me just write down that again, so that it will be easy for me to write down the mirror image. So when you think of the mirror image, this image, or rather this letter, that is S, will appear first. So it will be like this, that is the mirror, and N will be like this. So now look at these two letters first, then we will look at the others, because we can easily shortlist. Now, do we have these two as the starting point in any of these options? Of course, yes. In the first, second, and the third, or rather the first, second, and the fourth options, we have these two letters as the first and second letters. So this one is definitely ruled out, that is option number 3. Then we have O. O is common in all the cases. Then what we have is, let me just erase this. O, I, T, A, M. R will be like this. O once again remains the same. F will be like this. N will be like this, and I will be like this. That's it. So now which particular option has all this? OIT, 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 OIT. In all the three options it's the same. A remains the same as well. In case of the first option, we have W here, which is wrong. W is there in the second option as well. So obviously the right answer is third option, because which has M here. So after that we have the rest of the letters as I had written here. So therefore, as I said, this is a very easy topic, because all that we need to do is just imagine the mirror image of informations. So if you look at that, this particular option, that is option number 4, is in fact the mirror image of this. Moving on, we have the word effective. So let me just mirror this here itself. We will have E, then we will have V, I, T, C, E, F, and E. So now just let us do one thing. Let us take the reverse approach here. We have EFF. So this is obviously ruled out. This is ruled out. So between these two, that is option number 2 and 4, we'll have to look for the right answer. So now look at C in option number 2. This C is not the mirror image. In fact, it's the straightforward C. So therefore, option 4 is in fact the right answer in this case. Moving on. We have a numeral here in this case, 7, 8, 9, 2, 3. So now 3 will be like this. 2 will also be reversed. 9 will be as it is in case of mirror. Oh no, 9 will also be reversed. No, why will that be as it is? 9 will be somewhat like this. Okay, then what else do we have? 8 as it is. 7 will be like this. So this is the mirror image of this particular number. So now this is ruled out because of this 7 here. Then this is also ruled out. Between C and D, we'll have to look for the right answer. First two numbers are correct, but the 9 is straightforward 9 and not the mirror image 9 as in option C. So therefore option C is in fact the right answer in this case. Next, again we have numerals. We have 0, 9, 0, 2, 3, 1. See, if there is 0, then it will be easier for us, because 0 should be at the end and 0 should be the third digit as well from the reverse. So now 9, this 9 is correct, this 9 is wrong, this 9 is also correct, this 9 is wrong. So that means between A and D we'll have to look for the right option. So here if you look at D, 1 is not reversed at all, 3 is not reversed at all. So therefore, which is the mirror image of this particular digit, or rather number series, it is option A. Moving on, we have a geometrical figure here. So this should be easy. The mirror image of this would be, I'm just crudely drawing this, somewhat like this. Definitely not A, not B, not D. So C is the right answer in this case. Next. This is also very easy because these images can be easily ruled out because it's horizontal, it's not mirror image. And in fact, C is the splitting image of the same thing. So the mirror image in this case is option D. Lastly, we have CBD 9425. So this, if you have to mirror this, will be 5, 2, 4, then 9, D, B, C. So DBC, let's look for that. DBC is here only in option 4, because in this case we have 9 without reverse. So whereas here the 9 is reverse. So option 4 is the right answer. So this particular type of questions is in fact very easy, because if in case you are confused, you can always look at the options. You can solve these without even looking at the options, but if you look at the options, it will be far more easier for you to solve these type of questions.
Now we have come to the ending, the last part. If you have watched the entire logical reasoning video, great, I really salute you, and I hope this video was helpful, because if you have watched the video in full, you are ready for exam. This is more than sufficient. Yes, this is more than sufficient. But if you want to practice the tests, again I'm telling you, please go to the description box. We have the link to our CSEET free course. There you get practice test, you get CSEET notes, and also you get some mock exam. So this is the way for you to practice. Please practice multiple choice questions. End of the day, CSEET is MCQ questions. The more questions you practice, you will be ready for the exam. So please go to our website, go to our Android app, or contact us on WhatsApp 973 973 3400. All the best for your exams.